She asked me, son, when I grow old, will you buy me a house of gold? And when your father turns to stone, will you take care of me? She asked me, son, when I grow old, will you buy me a house of gold? And when your father turns to stone, will you take care of me? I will make you queen of everything you see. I'll put you on the map. I'll cure you of disease. Let's say we up and left this town and turned our future upside down. We'll make pretend that you and me lived ever after and happily. She asked me, son, when I grow old, will you buy me a house of gold? And when your father turns to stone, will you take care of me? I will make you queen of everything you see. I'll put you on the map. I'll cure you of disease. And since we know that dreams are dead and life turns plans upon their head, I will plan to be a bum, so I just might because someone. She asked me, son, when I grow old, will you buy me a house of gold? And when your father turns to stone, will you take care of me? I will make you queen of everything you see. I'll put you on the map. I'll cure you of disease. Hi everyone. How are you? How's your day going? Hope you have an amazing day. I am live. I'm streaming. I'm actually a living being right now. My hair is also being an absolute weird mess that I don't like, but it looks alright today for some reason. Ish. You know. Most of the fact that I keep having to move my headphones. But how are you all? Hope you're all having an amazing day. What have you all been up to? Hope it's been nice. I'm just breathing. I've been changing a lot of stuff around on my streams. Like visually, nothing's changed. Same with like settings on like OBS and stuff as well. But if you look inside the panels, you can see I've got new panels. I've redone descriptions. I've added some old ones back in. So like my throne, I've not put any description on there yet because I've not really got any idea on what I want to put on my throne wish list. But I'll figure it out. And if anyone has suggestions, my Discord is available. !Discord, I'll do it now. So if you want to see anything, put a suggestion in my Discord. Now, there is an important thing I want to actually discuss. With my Discord, I've put an announcement out, so if people aren't in my Discord, they wouldn't have seen it. I am slowly getting bored of streaming again. I always just like choose Valorant because Valorant is easy. Valorant is just, it's there to play, and like normally it's just easy to actually play through, but I get angry at it a lot, and I mean a lot of the time I get angry at it. So I want to do some stuff differently, and I also want to get back into doing YouTube as like a main thing. But that also means I might not have enough time to stream, and because I've got work, stream, and even then streaming it's not there right now. And then making and editing videos, I don't know how most creators do it, but I guess because they like more popular, they don't have to do like outside work. But as a like kind of like general thing to say about it, so games have been getting boring to me, especially Valorant. Valorant makes me angry, and I don't really want to be angry on stream. I want to just like relax and have a nice time playing games, having fun with friends. But I can't do that because Valorant just is always angry. So Valorant is going to be one of those games where I'm going to play it with people, but not stream it. I won't stream anymore. And even then, when I did stream it, didn't have anyone to play it with. So it's just like I don't know why I was torturing myself. During the couple of weeks off around my birthday, I played Stray. I played the full gameplay of Stray. I loved it. I had so much fun, but it also was a very much quiet. It was like a quiet time. It's like just relax and watch me play the game. And I want to do more of that, but I also want to have fun and have interactions. So I want to be able to play some games and then have stream interact with the games that I want to play. If that means I have to play Minecraft again, I will, because I've been really getting back into Minecraft recently, and people are also getting back into Minecraft. And I got a DM earlier, so I'm gonna see about that. Speaking of, what day is that? I'll have to see about that, but no, I need to remember what I was saying. So yeah, I want to play Minecraft again. Minecraft was fun. I might, depending on what happens, I think what I'll do, I might set it up now actually. I'm gonna do a challenge. If people don't know what a challenge is, on like channel points, there is a community challenge for so much amount of channel points, which will be easily remade through watching. I will set up a new Minecraft server. It's going to be vanilla, and it's probably going to be Bedrock compatible from what I'm thinking about, with obviously access to claiming stuff. I could have or it's like a creative server so people can come in and just be creative. I don't know why a rigged thing just come up on the screen. Hello? Is it not connected to mine anymore? It's not connected to mine, that's why. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. My sound alerts aren't connected to my stream. So if people actually set any of my sound alerts off, they wouldn't get access to my sound alerts. I don't think they would be able to hear it. Alright. I'm going to test this out quickly. How do I test it? I'm just refreshing it. And then I'll just put Lizard on, see if it'll play. Yeah, okay. Quickly fixing that so I know that it's working. Alright, so yeah, so I'm going to set up a challenge. Goal amount, I'm gonna probably say about maybe 10,000, and I'll just do it for the month. So if one person contributed 2,000 each day, or we would be able to get it, and then I'll put it as red, so it's like very bright and colourful. Alright, that has now been created, and I'm going to start it. So if people want to see a Minecraft server that you can play, join and play, raise the channel points to the 10,000, and I'll start a server again. Because I was going to do a private one with I started one with private people, creators, and then it kind of just flopped. So maybe a public one could be better. But continuing on with the conversation I was having, games like Minecraft, how I've just said, and how I'll just start one up, and then House Flipper, what I'm playing today. These games are what I really enjoy, but I play it mostly outside of streaming because they're cozy. They're like, I like just sit back, turn my brain off, and go. So it's like that's always what I'm doing. I'm always like turning my brain off, especially after like work, or if I'm just like not been mentally well again. So it's kind of just like it was an easy way of just turning my brain off and getting it out of the way. So I'm gonna try and like play through the entirety of House Flipper 2 through multiple streams to see if I can, have fun doing it. Because obviously, once I've finished all like the jobs and stories that they've got going on, because House Flipper 2 is a lot more story based than the original House Flipper 1. House Flipper 1, later on, when they were starting to bring out more of the DLCs, started to bring out like bits and pieces of like stories, and then they brought House Flipper 2 out, and then there's more story based on the jobs. So it's like, oh, these people wanted this to happen. And you got like inspo pictures. So I'm going to have fun playing that today. And plus, House Flipper 2 is co-op. You can have, I think, up to 4 people. Not 100% remembering that correctly or not. So obviously, if people wanted to join me, then they could. Which would be really fucking fun, to be fair. But yeah, so in my Discord, you've already got the link in chat, or it's in my panels, it's in my like descriptions, it's like everywhere. Join it, have a look around, see what you want to do, and or see what you, and then look on Steam, look on EA, look on Epic, like look around, see what games you think I'd like to play. I will try and play them. There is one already in suggestions which I'll probably stream at some point soon to at least get started on playing other stuff. But to be 100% clear, I do work outside of streaming. I also pay rent, and like I like to try and keep my money so I can then, so I'm like saving it a lot. But I'm also buying food, I'm also buying travel because I don't drive. I need to ring a number at some point, and I keep forgetting to, mainly because I don't actually want to drive, but I need to learn. But yeah, also my schedules, they always say just unsure, because I'm really unsure on if I'm going to stream or not. It's what it is. There are days that is like very visible saying, oh, I might stream. I don't know if I'm going to stream. And even then, I don't even know what time. This one said unsure, but then I was like, I kind of feel like I want to stream. I'm going to stream. So I'm here. Yeah. So like I said a couple minutes ago, I'm going to try and get back into like YouTube stuff. I do have a VOD channel for streaming. So all the VODs that or videos, I don't know why I keep saying VODs. All the past live streams go onto that VOD channel, which is called Burnt Live, because it was the simplest thing and it was free. And then I want to try and focus on making videos and posting them onto my main channel, which only have edits on at the moment, which is a very weird comparison to like going to like gaming stuff from editing like videos and like compiling stuff together, because I did a lot of Doctor Who ones. I did The Gifted. The Gifted was such a fucking good show. And then it stopped, which was sad. But then Doctor Who, I did quite like, I didn't do like the David Tennant or like Matt Smith. I did Peter Capaldi and then Clara Oswald, because Clara Oswald's my favourite in Doctor Who. If people don't like that, then oh well. Yeah, so I'm going to be posting stuff on there at some point. It'll probably be a very, very slow start. And I'm going to need to find a video editing software again, because I used to use like Premiere and it was too expensive at the time that I was using it. Because technically I wasn't even using... When I edited those, that was 6 years ago, I had access to Premiere Pro and Photoshop through college. It was 6 years ago. I hate saying that. But yeah, so if you want to go and check them out, my YouTube channel, everything is in my panels and my bio area. So if you want to check everything out, go look there. There have been like games like Blue Protocol, but they are very much like life games, not life games, like MMO games. And I'm not 100% on them, but it's like, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the best thing in the world either. Because like it takes time, and the fucking cutscenes for like little chat bits, it's just so annoying. But yeah, definitely give me some suggestions on what you want to see me play and stream. I've got one already. Gonna see if I can play it. It's called Don't Stop Girly Pop. It's only out in like a demo version, which is probably going to be the best thing for me, because it's like I can uninstall it afterwards. But yeah, but I'm gonna get into House Flipper 2. As you can see, I've also renamed some of these just so it's like not saying like my personal name. One of them just said Onlines, but I've put with friends because that's when I first made it. And then I've got my personal one, and I'm going to make a new one. So I'm going to put this as stream. What should I call my... I'm just going to call myself Ban. I think that's just easiest. And then... like, to be quite honest, it's not going to be the best looking thing in the world. Alright, finish. And then I'm going to stream that. So, because this is a brand new one, going to be starting from scratch. And like, you know, how I normally play. Let me just show you, because this is my personal one. I've already got it continued. I've already quite far in. As in, I've completed all the jobs. I've got a load of houses that I want to refurbish, but at the moment it's going to stay how it is. But this is gonna be my personal. This is my personal one that I'm gonna show you. Don't know what that's on. So I've got a lot of money, as you know. All the perks are completed. All the emails are done. So I literally spent a lot of time, I think it was Thursday and Friday, playing. And it was like this creepy stuff because it was like the Scooby-Doo stuff come out. So let's start a new one. Let's go right from the beginning, because I don't know when the Scooby-Doo ones come into it unless they're just there always. But I think you need to be at least further into the game than this. Oh look, you got the tutorials. Oh, look at this. And then obviously there's the...
Look who's decided to message me after all these years.
I'm gonna turn the music down a bit.
House flipping, and you came back to good old Pinnacle to find a job like that.
Like, I do like the story bits because it is really nice.
Just admit you missed your old friend. But I totally get why you wanted to come back. You could say that time has stopped in our lovely little town. Though a few things have changed since you left. Like the old Driftwood house you asked about. The town council put turning it into a community center on hold. At first, it was due to financing issues, but later, just listen. After the first crew left the renovation half finished, someone named it the ugliest house on this side of the coast. It quickly became a new tourist attraction. You know, great for a funny social media post. Of course, the locals aren't thrilled about the whole situation. They would rather have a proper community center. Yet the town council have decided to keep it as it is for now. Agreed. I've seen worse. Perhaps it's because of its past. My folks told me it was a beautiful building for almost 100 years. Then the owners went for some questionable changes in the 80s. It was their vacation house, but they stopped going there soon after. And when the town finally took it over, well, it really wasn't what it used to be. Nope. At least not for now. But I think I have something else for you to fix. What would you say to doing a job for me? Oh, it's an easy one. Just cleaning up a small house. That's the spirit. I'm sure it'll be the start of a beautiful adventure. Check your email for the details. See you around.
Yeah, that's basically how the game's gonna be. It's like a little bit of a story one. I'm gonna turn the volume up a bit. There is music in the game, but I don't really like listening to the in-game music. Nothing wrong with the in-game music, it's just what it is. Yeah. But there's like these little boxes. You can see there's a lot of stuff in this game now since it first came out. And I've been enjoying it a lot. But obviously you can see, look how run down this house is. Didn't want to finish the extra room, have fun with it. Like he was taking this burden from me. And it's like a really run down. It's got like a shelf. There's like the bathroom. The bathroom is alright. It's just a bit old. Then they've got like this. You can have the big bedroom now if you want. The wardrobe. All the envelopes. To be fair, I think they've actually changed how this looks from the first time I actually played this. But it's got like all the little sticky notes, say like, more what happens, remember that, love ya. It's so cute. Yeah, so I need to check my emails. Got this. Unlock all tools to start that job. So that's one of the other jobs that are around. But it's like the Scooby-Doo ones. Yeah, so the Scooby-Doo ones are hidden and you've only got 2 areas so far. Now, one of the reasons why I actually wanted to do this, not only to just like play through it, because it's like it's a fun game, I like it, but also it's more of the fact that I've also missed stuff when I was doing like challenge, like achievements. So I think that's that. Oh yeah, I don't have a spray yet. That's so annoying. Oh my god. This is going to be a long time because not having any of the stuff is rough. And it's like, oh look, it's like a beginner's book. And then you like had an animal come rampaging through the house. Oh, bag's full. Blink. I don't know if there's anything else I need to pick up in here. No, it's just clean now. It feels so slow. And then you can pull the stuff back where they belong. Whoop. Yeah, I was wondering what that was for. But yeah, it feels so slow trying to do it like this because obviously I'm so used to being a fast pace. Bowl. Then you got the TV, which is on. I'll turn that off because that is pretty annoying. And then I'll clean the rest of this up. Can you tell how like it's like a cozy game? It's like, oh, you'd think. Is it that? Yeah. No, there is one thing that I wanted to look for. This. See this thing? I can collect it. that is one of the challenges in this, is to collect, or achievements, is to collect stuff like that. And pretty much you'll be able to just, like, it's basically just to collect all of those like bear things. And it'll be able to literally just complete the achievement, because it's all like through the first couple of houses, which is like, I didn't know when I first played it, or they weren't there when I first played it. But I also don't play very much to do achievements, whereas I know like a lot of other people do. Also, I don't know what's here that I've missed. Oh, that. And clean that. That's technically me all done. I'm not gonna mess around with trying to get them all fucking sorted out. And obviously we get like a little conversation, very determined, I could tell. Check your emails. By the way, lady next door is feeding that raccoon for 3 months. So there's a very big cat. Dang. But I don't know how long that took me, because I can't tell if that took me like 5 minutes or what. But then now I've got the tools that I can spend to do like stuff in this house, so I can like clean the walls. And what it'll do is it'll might get my perks up. And then at one point I'll be able to then buy some of these houses. As you can see, there's a lot of like footsteps and stuff. And I would probably like to get the spray bottle at least, because it makes everything go faster. So the house is very dirty. And that's good, because then I can clean it. Can you tell that I find it cozy? Because it's like, I'm loving it. Also, where's that window open? And there's like dead plants. Oh. Alright, well I deleted the window. Even though I didn't aim for the window, I've deleted the window. But I can like... Oh, I don't have them yet. That's so annoying. I'm so used to just being able to like, oh, I can duplicate. I'm almost done with the cleaning one though. There we go. And then now I can clean faster. Or I can use the spray bottle. So, like here, spray, and it goes faster. Alright, let's get this next job done. Got so much to unpack. Tillamook on the 4th of July. I'm going to shuffle my playlist a bit and then turn the music up a bit more. But there's not much I think we need to do outside. Oh, overthrew that. I don't know why I'm not spraying.
Hi, June here. You are my unpacking person, right? Nice to meet you then, Tom's friend. First, I want to apologize for the mess. If I knew Tom would act so fast, I would clean up a bit. Or at least collect the dishes after today's breakfast and some other meals. Although, since you are already dealing with my stuff, maybe you could do the cleaning as well? Oh, wow. That's something you'd never hear me say. Glad you are going to enjoy it. I love making someone's day better. Have fun then. And thank you for everything. Bye.
Hi Pixie, how are you? How's your day going? Hope you're having a great day. Just woke up, but I have a big event tomorrow, so I have a lot to do. I work late till 3 a.m, so very tired. Well, why have you done that for? Oh, I got a rubbish point. So I could either upgrade the range or earn the value of stuff that I waste. So it's like, let's say something was going to be like thrown away that isn't just rubbish. I'd be able to get some money from it. That of course went on the fucking pillar. Because the thought of the people that were hired for the job had no idea what the fuck they're doing and just sit there with their thumbs up their asses. Lovely. Sounds like a normal day at work, you know. Where's the rest of the rubbish? It's over here. And then it's just a lot of unpacking boxes. That's to go in the kitchen. That's to go in the kitchen. That's to go in somewhere. A mug. And then I can store that there. Oh, I don't want to listen to this song. Do everything because they're... Well, people are incompetent, aren't they? I get in my head, I just can't get enough. Just can't seem to get enough of it. Also, has this one got the friend in it? I don't know. Can't see it. Seem to get enough of it. Well, I believe you've got this anyway, Pete. So I hope it goes well. Okay. Like for example, one chick, I asked if she can be in charge of calling all the businesses to remind them we are packing up donations on Thursday, and also asked if we were getting a donation. I asked her to call the Monday before. She said sure. Wednesday morning I asked her if she called, and she said no. So I called all the places. There was one I couldn't get a hold of, so I asked her if she can make that one phone call. Got to the pickup. We go to pick up the donations, and I asked if she called that one business. She said she forgot. Is this like a business? Because if so, you should probably tell like someone. Because like that's not right at all. That's to the kitchen. This one I'll bring over here. Put that down there. I have no idea what that is, so I'll put that down there. That's a knife. I don't know where they got hired to do this. It's just insane how stupid people can be. Yeah. Sadly, people are like that. Nope. So delicious. I think about you all the time. You're so addictive. I can do it. I can do it alright. Up, down, up. When I up, down, touch the ground, puts me in the mood. Up, down, two, in the mood for food. No way, I think you need a new one. I don't know where this ladder came from. gonna disappear ever again. That's what everyone's talking about. Hey, hey, you, I'm like a girlfriend. You know, your friends are obsessed with House Flipper. I don't blame them. I love House Flipper as well, so. Run my finger. Cause I can do it better. So what's she gonna sink in? She says stupid, what the hell were you thinking? Cause I can do it better. Hey you, I like a girlfriend. Been obsessed with Stardew. I have Stardew, but I don't understand how people can, like, I think it's the seasons bit, is like trying to do everything in like seasons kind of confuses me. No way. Hey. Hey, no way. I don't even know which one it is. I think it's... I'll just shovel more in this one. I don't care. Go on that one. 2... Listen, they don't make it work. I used to be obsessed with Avril Lavigne in high school. Avril Lavigne is such a good artist. Cell phones. Hold on, let me get these mugs sorted out. For me, the first year and a half, grinding for money and shit was really annoying and almost gave up. Now I'm on year 6 and I'm just, I think that's my problem, is that I'm not patient enough for that 6th year. It's on the fucking floor. Good work. But the high note. The high note. The mix and match. So does everything go in a certain spot, or do you get... I get to choose. Yeah, no, it's all... so basically they have an idea. That's how they set up the map. But it's more of the... You get to choose what you want to do and where you want to put everything. And then there's like some stuff which is like really strange because I don't know what this is and why it's actually in here. Because I think they've updated some of the stuff, but most of the time it is literally just do what you want. And it's like So there's like walls that you need to build these walls here because that's where they want it, but the way that you decorate it is how you would want to. And it's like there's like technically like spots where you're supposed to put stuff. But it isn't the most necessary thing in the world. Mainly because I'm not struggling to like shove everything into like a basket like this, let's say. And then that's the bathroom now done. Did you delete your Discord message from yesterday? What Discord message? The one that I posted on my announcements? Because I haven't deleted anything. There's a clock. I'm going to put it above the door. Put that one there. This one can go there. Then there's books. Oh. Which I'll rotate and put there. Gun, my daddy's got a gun, you better run. And that's all done. Hey. Yeah, no, the Discord message that I sent in my Discord is still there. It's in my announcements. I was talking about it right at the start of the stream. Like I have like a lot of problems. I have a new request for you. Sure, let's do it. Yeah, so it's like I always play this game, and I always play it with a sense of like, oh, I like to like play it casually. I don't like to play it like all the time. I went into announcements, but saw the live message and I was like, no, no. You went into the live stream. Get going, baby. Oh, look you. And this is crazy. Here's my number. So call me maybe, and a little cry. At you, baby. Here's my number. So call me maybe. It's crazy. Here's my number. So call me maybe, and all the other boys. I took the time with the call, I took the time with the fall. Going where you think you're going, baby. Have you ever played The Wolf on Wall? I've heard of it, but I don't think I've played it. It's annoying. Yeah, it sounds... Oh, that's what something I wanted to put on. Hold on. Let me get it quickly on. Oh. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. You did that at the worst time. But then again, you're only gifting yourself a sub, so it's not too bad. I'm going to start a discount. So, if you restart the stream from now, when is at some point you can trust me on that. The sub went out like a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, no. To be fair, I double checked what I was reading, and yeah, it only does say it's gifted subs. But I've put on a discount for donated subs. So now, instead of it being expensive, it's a little bit cheaper. Sadly, it's only a little bit. It's not too much cheaper, but... Oh, don't know what you've been told, but music makes you lose control. Sing as high as you can. No. Pretty nifty. Yeah, so I wanted to put it on because I put it only on for like about 10 hours, and then I have like 7, so I can do it 7 times. So if I do it each 10 hours, then it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh. Sing for your daughters, sing for your sisters, best friends, mothers, I don't know what you've been told. Save them for a subathon. I'm not doing a subathon. Not for a long time. How about this? If I can actually get to my my follower goal, I'll do one. But it'll only be like a weekend subathon because I need to like book time off from work to do it. That's my problem. Does your job do a Christmas shutdown? What in what way? Like close for Christmas? I am here from LA to Japan, and took it now. This is what I'm doing now. Going, sing, down to sing. A week close? No. It's Asda. No. Thin little line now. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, no. We close for Christmas and then that's it. That's literally the only time it's closed. Closes Christmas Day and that was it. Unless I quit my job, then I can do this for as long as I can. To be safe. I don't know where. Oh, it's there. Seconds. It's a football. Did you see what I said? Hold on. GTA is like $6. I saw the Wolf Among Us bit, but I'm not 100% sure on what that game is. Oh, G2A, it's like 6. I can't read. But yeah, no, I did see it. Yeah, I literally said I'm not 100% sure on what that game is, so. I'm not messing around with these balls. No, I haven't played it. I'm not entirely sure what the game is. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you're asking Kylo. Yeah, fair enough. FS7. Oh, nope, didn't want to sit down. Help. Hold on, I'm building. Building? I'm not building. Alright, that's job done. On to the next one. Oh, I don't want to read all that. Well, you want cheap game suggestions, that's my recommendation. I would suggest Witchfire, but I'm not really sure if it's your type of game. What's Witchfire? To be fair, I do want to play some like Halloweenish games. Come into like closer to like Halloween. Roguelike shooter. To be fair, I'm trying to get away from shooters. Dave, how did you come through? Little Nightmares 3 is expensive as fuck. Is it like... Has it got like that friend thing, or is it literally just it's just really expensive? Split Fiction, yeah, I have not. Does it look like I have somebody to play these games with? What is it? Does it have a friend's pass? Oh, I didn't actually read that. I've not been ignoring the messages. I've just been reading half of them, and that's it. Look, I'm stupid. You should know this by now. Perks. Yes. It feels Score! Score! Gonna highlight my message for every text. Look at this nerd. Hi, Bean. Now, what do you mean, nerd? I'm not a nerd. You're the nerd. I don't let that mess through. We can play that together. You'll need to download the Friends Pass. Yes. To be fair, I've got Little Nightmares, I think 1 and 2. Trying to remember which ones I've got. Blood, young blood. You should make a nonchalant. Oh, fucking hell. English. Piss off. I don't think I can, to be quite honest. Need to play Yap Yap? The fuck is a Yap Yap? What the fuck is a Yap Yap? Look, why do you think I'm asking for games? Wizard Repo? Okay. I've just seen that on Steam, that RV game, and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Maybe it's just me, or is it just...
Steven here, the unfortunate owner of the house you've agreed to clean. So, how are you doing? You're still up for the job, right? Or did the garbage dump in my roommate's room scare you off? Then you're a braver soul than I am. I felt defeated.
It's peak, but with an RV. I have adult money, and I like to make adult transactions to video games. Same.
Which disappeared mysteriously some time ago. If you'd find it in his room, could you move it to the kitchen? I have it since I went to college. It would be a pity to lose it now. Thank you so much. I like that model quite a bit. The new ones look weirdly complicated. That's it, I guess. Good luck with the cleaning. I think I'm gonna hang up now. Bye.
The most awkward phone call. That's me on every single phone call I ever do. Because I just can't talk to people. Video games, makeup and clothes. I always spend my money on video games, clothes, food and transport. What's the point of having a sugar daddy if I don't use his money? I ain't never playing Destiny fucking 2 again. Never again. Over my literal dead body. So this room is vile, isn't it? To create a dream come true. What's with all of these houses having stop signs? You... More rubbish. To create a dream come true. Yeah, I'm not playing any Destiny game, to be quite honest. Tried it, don't like it, never playing it again. To be close to you. So I think you should look into A Wolf Among Us. Hold on, let me have a look then. Is it on Steam? If it is, I'll add it to my wish list. A Wolf Among Us. It's not on Steam. Okay. Oh, it's called The Wolf Among Us. It's called The Wolf Among Us, not A Wolf Among Us. Oh, so yeah, it's a Telltale game, so it's going to be good. I'll add it to my wish list, and I'll look back at it in a bit. Also, the microwave. Back to the kitchen. Get it on G2A though, it's cheaper. I probably will. Oh, there's the rubbish. Oh, it's only one. Where's the rest of it then? It's not under the bed. Where's this other bit of rubbish? There's apparently rubbish still in this room, but I can't find it. It's under the fucking pillow. Ew. So I'm not throwing out the fucking windows. There's a mysterious ticking noise. There's one room left, apparently. I'm all done. Nice basket. I should probably start getting ready. Since I have someone showing up with a donation in like 30 minutes, that's fair enough. I hope it goes good. And I hope you have a good time today. Doing whatever you're gonna do. I'm going to relax here, play some House Flipper, and get really annoyed that I can't just cheat all my way through this, because this is annoying trying to deal with all of this. Out with the old and in with the new, but so comfy. Yeah, I don't blame you. So I was going to, I said I should. Yes, and you should go. Meow, meow, meow. I'm not gonna stop you from going, but oh, it's this stuff here. I think that's everything. There's everything in the garden area. I'll gradually get there. I'm not going to go nuts and getting ready for early. That's going to be at my door in 2 minutes. Or to be fair, this is just a me thing, but I'm always like, if I'm awake and I have stuff to do in the day, then I'll most likely be up in the morning already. If I don't, I'll still probably be up in the morning because I have to. And I blame family members for that. I don't think I'm a morning person, but I'm also not a night person either. Like, I like having some nice sleep, but I also don't really want to stay up all night with you. With you. I like how you say that you're like a night person, but you're always up early in the morning. Especially when I'm streaming. Take it. Up, drip, dripping up, drip, dripping up. Frame rate lag. You had my back on tripping on you. I'm vacuuming. The only reason I am up right now is because the ladies come in. That's fair. I know it's never because I'm streaming. Chip chipping, chip chipping, chip chipping, out of control. Let's be true. That's what I love about my counselor. She's a night person also. I have my therapy sessions at 10 o'clock at night. Fair. To be fair, I know somebody who has a therapist who literally plays games with them. So, welcome back, Kylo. It's good to be true. You. I'm getting my blood taken away from me on the 30th. Damn. Sucks to suck blood. Suck to suck blood. In! Let's go! I want to suck your blood. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a basement. Spooky. No, general practitioner, even worse. I think you'd prefer a vampire. I was waiting to get back into Dauntless a couple of weeks ago, but I found out the servers were taken down. Dang. I mean, if you want, you can get back into Minecraft and join me on Minecraft at some point if people want me to get the server set up. That's what the community challenge is for. So if people want to see me play Minecraft, put stuff on the community challenge. A muscle mommy vampire. Great. Wake up. When your heart is. I do miss playing Minecraft with everyone, to be fair. All done. I brought a server to play, but Hot Dog opened it day one and hasn't touched it since. Dang. That must suck. Yeah, but is it modded? That's like I don't need a bigger. Yeah, I'm not. Well, I say I'm not a modded fan. I like modded stuff, just not big modded. I like having like, you know, custom audio. Like I like Hermitcraft. My hair is a fucking mess all the fucking time. I only just looked at the camera again. My hair is just in such a strange location shape. It's like it doesn't know what it's doing. Like even like people who I know, they're setting up their own servers again. But the problem like is I like having modded. That's like I like having modded as long as it's not too much on it, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Can't see what I'm supposed to sell. It's a sign. That's great. Love that. It's there. And there's stuff I need to place down here. And it's a little play area for like kitty buys. Kitty buys? Kitties. And then 1, 2, and I think I'll put a third one there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boop. I miss the golden age of our tennis servers. Yeah, I do as well. Like, don't get me wrong, I hated the Tenno servers, to be quite honest. I hated the services that they provided. But I do miss, like, how I actually first, like, met you playing Minecraft. And that's what I actually want to do with that. I want to make it like a viewer SMP. I want to give people the options to like join and have fun and just play the game, or have it so people can just come in and do like creative. I've not streamed for like 3 years. I still have all the files and everything, but I'm not sure I would have the viewer anymore for that kind of thing. Oh yeah, that's true. Even I don't really. But I wouldn't mind having it there and then having people join when people want. And it's like, it will be open to everyone. Mainly due to the factor of how everything is for me, especially streaming wise. And it'll give me stuff I would enjoy doing again. And I know people get bored of the games and streaming and like playing Minecraft. That's why I wouldn't do it forever. I'll have it open for like a certain amount of time and then... And yes, I'm hoovering a chair. I could have just sold it, to be fair. Boop, boop. Definitely get rid of that. Get rid of that. This world, no gravity. Quest. Any tables? Boop and a boop. Go there. And that can go next to it. I need to find Phasmo people to play with so I can finish the event. It's boring doing it on my own. That's also another thing that, like, I want to play Phasmo again as well. But I have that exact same issue. Like you said, you're a night person. I'm just a day person. I'm the most productive throughout the day. Ship, come and get in it for the ride of your life. There's a box. What's there? The moon. Ooh. Oh, that's on the floor. Because so far. We'll find time to play some Phasmo. Hell yeah. To get to the moon. The fuck is a bucket and the book for painting? It's gone. Go away. There's another stain somewhere and I don't know where it is. It's on the floor. And now I need to paint. Finally painting. Oh, fuck's sake. I miss being on my main one. And I'm out of paint. Go away. Oh. Fluffy puppy. What's the puppy doing? What's he doing to make you angry for? And then there should be this upstairs area. So get rid of these things. Clean. She's yelling at me to get out of bed. She probably wants some food. When was the last time you fed her? Well, that definitely is not going to fit in that one. Ra 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 ruma ruma. And then this area. I want your disease. I want your everything as long as it's free. I want your love. She eats once a day. Dang. Probably torture. I don't actually care where I'm shoving all of this. I think that's all done then. Yep, that's done. Romance. I want your love and I want your revenge. Oh, you need no romance. What is your revenge? You and me could write a bad romance. I've got 2 more emails. Whoa, caught in a bad romance. She doesn't eat a lot. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, my dogs, we just leave the food out on the floor. Not literally on the floor. They're like in the bowls, but the bowls are on the floor. There's a bin. Open bin. Of course it misses. You know that I need you. Bad romance. Do that because Riley doesn't eat kibble. She is allergic to most foods, so we have to make her food specifically. That's fair enough, to be honest. We just got our dogs like dog biscuits. And then they eat it gradually throughout the day. And then it gets replenished at about like 7 o'clock at night. Like we used to do, because obviously we've had puppies before, we know how to like properly like feed them, especially as they're growing up. But that is also a lot of time and effort, and they don't need it as much as they grow up, so we like make her treats with goat's milk, fruit, and freeze them. She can have Cheerios, and she loves ice cream cones. We can also give her oat milk ice cream. Fair enough. Kind of sounds like a treat anyway. Want your romance, I want your love and yeah, I want your revenge. You and me could write a bad romance. Oh la la, I drew by romance. I hate these footsteps because it's such a pain in the ass to clean. she's allergic to chicken, beef, veal, venison, duck, turkey, pork, egg, dairy, and a couple others. But she can have salmon and kangaroo. Dang. That must be annoying though. R.I.P. Please don't leave me. The fuck is this rubbish? Oh, they're there. Oh no, she can't have peanut butter. Seriously? Dang. I mean, matchies, you know. Not just her food allergy, she's also allergic to 2 types of grass, dust, dust mites, mold, mildew, pollen, fungal, and how is this dog alive?
Hi, Love here. So, tell me how you're doing. Everything's fine and dandy. I gotta tell you, I'm still a bit tired after the concert. We had such a blast. But you can probably tell that by the look of the house. Well, you know how it is. When the party goes wild, the party goes wild. And I'm not a person that stops people from having harmless fun. No, I join them. Especially when they bring this, like, dry paint thing. It was awesome. All those colors flying in the air. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Kate didn't agree, though. She's my roommate. I wrote you about her. The whole night, she's been worrying about the state of the house. Poor thing. I think she should relax a bit and enjoy life from time to time. Oh, right. Kate's why I called anyways. She asked me to ask you not to touch stuff in her room. She's super neat, so there's no mess to tempt you anyway. Her room is the one on the right when you go upstairs. I think that's all. Oh, shoot. My manager is waving at me. I gotta go. Bye.
Well, damn. When we took her to the allergist and they ran tests, they told us a severe allergy is a 300 score and Rice was over 1400. How? There's someone to stand by you. Here I am. Waffle. Her meds have to be especially made and cost Mike and I've £450. Unsearchable. An itch. I hate it because I can't fucking itch it very well. You are so many more. Where is it? Oh, it's on the store. Why am I fixing that stuff just so you can remove it? I don't know. I don't know why I did it. Oh. Hi Dorothy, how are you? How's your day going? Hope you're having an amazing day. And I'm doing good, thank you. Just living the dream. Why is there a melon in the... Okay. I need to unpack a box. Do up a do up a do up. I'm doing great, thanks. Just booked tickets to my trip to Canada. Ooh. Fun. I want to go to Canada. I hope it's really nice. Good, there's nothing in that. I need to go up the stairs. Bum. Got it, got it. No, I'm actually just not going to. Yeah. Friend's getting married on 8th of November. Nice, Calgary. Mm. To be fair, if I was to go to travel to Canada, I'd want to go to fucking hell, just hit my microphone. I'd probably want to go to what's it called? Niagara Falls. That's one of the places I'd probably want to go visit at some point. And obviously the Toronto area. I know you are. And I know Peachy's pretty close as well. Since me and PC used to live together, yeah. And the factor of you two visit each other quite a bit still anyway. So after you like moved in with Mike and everything. Down like that. Oh no, I'm gonna have to fucking individually place it all. Oh, this is horrible. This is actual torture. Send help. Why am I torturing myself? No about rolling down in the deep. When your brain goes numb, you can call a mental freak. Now you're going to move with Dorothy. It's up to Dorothy if you want to move in with him, isn't it? Oh look, I got a painting perk. And now I'm out to paint again. Oh, ads. Amazing gears. Shall offer with Fluffy Puppy. He doesn't need a bribe, he just said that he'll take you in. Come on, mental freak, when she people talk too much, put the shit in slow motion, yeah. No ocean. To wrap around this right and time is tricky, just as time to go. It's street to rock around, to rock around. Hair is kind of curly. To rock around, that's right on time is tricky. Tricky. It's to rock around, to rock around, that's right on time is tricky. Tricky, tricky. I probably missed a bunch of the thingies I need to look for, but oh well. Because they normally show, well, they would go up on there. Perks. Around to rock around, that's right on time, is tricky. Tricky to rock around, that's right on time, is tricky. Sent you a pic. Sent it to Dorothy, not me. How sad. My music isn't really the greatest right now, is it? Is it a puppy? Is it puppy pics? Because if so, then yes, I want to see puppy pics. Well, this is old. It is. I'm not calling your dog old. I was looking at that game again because it was popping up on my screen. Oh, so cute. Pink ears. Sun. Oh god, I didn't do this one until a lot later. The fact that it's like this early is because it's just because it's in a different spot. This is what happens when you play the game from when it first releases to it then actually playable. I want to when it hears beats for you. When am I supposed to? Someone else, you're stuck in my head, and I could get you out of it. I'll go back to you. Oh crap. Put the window the wrong way round. Can't. There's a piece for you. 2 and 3. 1 and 2. And I could get you out of bed. To you, I go back to you. More grass. Ooh. Sleeping a life away. Yeah. It's a nice picture. So cute as well. What have I missed here? There we go. Oh right, I need a key. Every day. This dog yells at me to get out of bed. Now I am walking around you doing shit and she's just sleeping in bed. Exactly why she's adorable. She gets you up and to be productive while you want to just rot. Oh, cleaning pack. Yay! Oh, faster cleaning. Oh, it's literally there. Did somebody break your heart? Hello, who's me? Have you been doing any of the Sims challenges? No. To be fair, I've not actually played The Sims in a while. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. They have an event going on right now. Oh, that one. I have actually been doing some of it. Yeah, no. I was like, what one? Yeah, no, I've done a few of them, but I haven't really been on The Sims because of what's been happening around me and also just with The Sims in general at the moment. I'll probably go on it later, at some point later on in the week. Or next week, technically, because it's pretty much the end of the week now. How long have I been going for? Oh. Oh, it's there on the floor. More perks, yay! And then, do I want the sliding one or do I want the size? I want the size. I want the size one. Quests. I need to do 2 blinds. Drinking, philosophizing, I was a human before you killed me and ripped my heart out. I knew what love was, now when they ask me, I just reply slow and sound like an iPhone. I didn't robot, ba-da-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Fire, crashing in desire. Now all I require are circuits and wires. Devotion when you cut me open. All that I know is. And here, yeah, what was my answer? Oh, I've not. I didn't read it yet. Have you ever played Bendy and the Ink Machine? I have not. No. I do know what it is, but I have never actually played it. Oh my god, okay. That will be free on Epic Games on the 30th. Oh, nice. Let me clean first. Another game idea for what's the game idea? Do I need tile over this side and wavy over this side? Boop, 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 boop. And this one. Boop, 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 boop. I just told you, but oh, you're saying that is another game idea for me. Use English. Use a language that we know. I hate it. What's up? I hang out with him all morning. I give him game ideas and how I repeat insults. Would make my OCD insane. Like I love this game because it's just casual and like doing these jobs I don't actually care about them. Like the jobs are there to be jobs for other people, but then you can do your own houses or to make everything look nice on your own. My girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Where's this key? I can't remember. I thought it was in the house, but I can't actually remember where this key is now. Bins. It's just in the grass. Girlfriend. Vacuum. My leg just tingled a lot. It's probably because I've been sitting down too long. Do some stretches. Yeah, if somebody pays me to do some stretches, I'll do some stretches. Girlfriend. Okay, I really just want to shuffle my playlist again because this music's kind of fucking shit. Na, 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 na. I'll put this song on. Now just sail, sail. Maybe you should see. Now you could have just done some stretches. Now do some squats. Oh no. What do? How long? How many do I have to do? 10? Okay. I think I made a mistake. Maybe I made a mistake putting them back on. How am I supposed to, I've got like a really tiny space. It's like the most awkward thing in the world. I don't have the room to do them. Hold on. I'm here. I can't really move my camera. Hold on. Oh, wait. That's tightened it. Ah. No, I can't turn that. Okay. Like that. This is so awkward. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. That actually stretched my legs out a load. Ugh. Now I'm warm. Why did you make me do that? That's so horrible. 2000! Yay! Oh. And the other two are up here. 1, 2. Is that tea? Just stretch. I have a stretch redeem, don't I? I have a stretch redeem. You could have just told me to stretch. Was the fun that great? Just torture me instead. One night. Actually, put that over here. Have a napkin. Two cups of tea. And then there's a load of rose bushes, which I should probably add. That's all done. What's the fun in that? Great. I mean, I've got loads of fucking channel point redemptions that nobody uses, so... Doesn't mean use them, but... I mean, I've got some really nice sound ones. But yeah, no, I've got like loads and loads of sounds that are like really good. Sole sempre allora danza da dia. One of my friends had just gone live. Baby, you lie. Just again. I use channel points in anyone's stream. You should. The main thing that I tell people with channel points is use them. I barely use them, but the main thing that you can do with channel points is just interaction with streams for people, and you're able to actually give people the chance to have some good viewership. Because especially with Twitch at the moment, the way that Twitch is how Twitch is working right now is you either have to have everything open and like at least typed in chat once, or you can use channel point redemptions. So if you want to lurk or anything, that will be the best way of just like saying, oh, I'm lurking, here's a channel point redemption. No, I'm here and I'm lurking, and at least I count as a viewer then. That's the main problem that people are having at the moment because of Twitch. This December, where have I gone? My God. Cause I was word bound. Out of oxygen. Lizard, 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 lizard. I love the lizard. Oh, okay. Just spam lizard now. There are better ones. My God, I still remember where I was. My God. I keep spamming, but I have to go. Work is calling me. Fair enough. Hope to see you again soon. Have a nice time at work. Well, with work stuff at least. What's that? Don't work too hard. Yeah. In my life. Bow, 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 bow. try not to, but I'm working with idiots. Yeah. That corner. Unpack the box. Be classic, we could be stars, we could be rose gold. And that's all done. I think I've been pretty productive on this game. I want to see what's happening on this. Nothing on there yet about. That's gonna be a while. I actually kind of need to save the game because I don't think I've saved it yet. Also, why is my disk space so low? Do you want them just for me? Me. Do you want them just for me? Me. But what I am going to do, I'm going to get off of House Flipper. Oh, that's upped my disk space so much. Just turning that game off. So, yeah. So at the moment, I've got a discount going on, 35% off of subs. But I'm going to probably go on to Minecraft if this server is set up already or not. It seems like people are having struggles getting on, or let me just baby, where the hell is my husband? What is taking him so long to find me? Oh, baby, where the hell is my lover? Getting down with another. Tell him if he goes, if you see him, tell him. If I'm here, we'll ever meet again, or whatever it takes to my patience. Me completely. Need to tell me, baby, where the hell is my husband? What is taking him so long to find me? Oh, baby, Where the hell is my lover? Getting down with another. Tell him if you see him, baby. If you see him, tell him. Just like this. Hello, his wife is way. So they get your heart going and I'm gonna turn it up. She's gonna go up it. Oh, but I don't change a lot. Treat me completely. How my heart just jammed. Is he far away? Is he okay? Santa's testing me. Help me, Lord. I need you to tell me, baby. Where the hell is my husband? What is taking him so long to find me? Oh, baby. Where the hell is my lover? Getting down with another. If you see him, baby. If you see him, tell him. Tell him I'm tell him I'm tell him I'm kind, tell him I'm fine, tell him I'm brown eyes, growing face. Hurry up, set. Wanna. I would like a ring. I would like a diamond ring in my wedding finger. I would like a big and shiny diamond, and I can run talk about it. Give me a negative doubt it. And it's testing me. Help me, Lord. I need you to tell me, baby. Where the hell is my husband? What is taking him so long to find me? Oh, baby. Where the hell is my lover? Getting down with another. Tell me if you can. Tell grandma said it. Husband is coming. I would like a ring, I would like a diamond ring in my wedding finger. I would like a big and shiny diamond. Oh, it's my husband. I don't have the IP address yet, do I? Micro General. Okay, I've got the IP address. Give me a second. Heart burn like the fire started in me. Just get out. I'm lagging, by the way, just to be aware, because I can't actually get onto Minecraft right now because I'm trying to load onto the server. Alright. I don't actually know what's going on, because size a clown. Worship me. Started in me. I'm waving at people, they're not waving back. Why have I got rotten flesh? People throwing. Also,
Right here.
Wee wee wee.
wee wee wee.
Wee wee wee. I love it.
Wee.
Hello.
Right here. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
This is where it goes.
That will be the center. Okay.
Yep. And it's just a wooden pillar for now.
Yeah.
Oh, over there. Okay.
Okay. So just try to build
Everyone-
that radius so we can.
I feel like we
later on
should collect
connect,
everyone here first.
Yeah, so we can connect like streets and shit like that to the house.
Please, someone destroy that piece of grass.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Did that bother you, Queen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Queen.
Ooh. Fuck.
Ha!
Wait. Put it in this. Put it in this. So I can stand on it.
Already lost.
Perfect. Go to the
Ah.
pumpkin penis.
Great.
That,
That, you know what? Whatever you want to call it.
I mean,
Um,
whatever floats your boat.
You're slowly coming in the right way, Nitrium.
Ah, there you are. Okay.
Okay,
I
so
also wandered trader than I thought it
Let's
was.
do we
the
want
Queen's
to-
speak.
holy shit, that's huge.
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
set up something called an FTB team. Okay.
Anybody in the class knows what he's on about? Because I don't.
Press E.
Yeah.
Go open your inventory, and in the top left,
Uh-huh.
you'll see it.
Top left.
You'll see the
FT
blue
oh,
person,
okay,
the
yeah.
green person, and the red person.
Yeah.
It's
That's
do
where
all
it
the
is.
speaking on the
And
map.
now I just invite everyone.
Alright.
Uh,
How do I? Okay.
click on accept.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
oh, it's in the chat.
Fine.
There you go.
we go.
sure.
Sounds good.
Probably gonna go mine.
Why do I
guys,
keep
just
getting
let
random
me-
seeds
Who's
thrown in
ready?
my inventory?
Everyone can just go do what you want now.
Okay, bye.
Again, like let's.
Yay!
houses somewhere around the area so we can connect.
Run away!
Yeah, Spitty, I know exactly where you're going, and I'm following you to the same fucking place.
Wait, can I at least have fucking? Can I at least switch? Because I don't know where the fuck the lake was. I
It's
can't
right over
see.
here.
Lake's over our direction.
Yeah, it's
South.
over weekend. Yeah.
Where's south?
Punching a
South.
tree.
Oh, you're going up here with me.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck the lake was.
Look at the mini map, top right.
I'm trying to.
Do you see where it says S at the bottom?
Huh?
Jesus Christ.
What? No, you don't get to Jesus Christ. Me. I genuinely don't know you. And you guys are not.
I'll come back.
helping
Hold on,
Ooh.
Spitty, don't touch the chest.
Yeah, I know.
I see a
know,
village on the
Just
map.
making sure.
I know. I see.
Just making
Don't
sure.
worry, the chests are individual, by the way.
Yeah, the chests
Yeah,
are
no, no,
individually
no, I know.
people.
Oh,
That
okay,
one had
I
a bomb.
found the lake,
Oh, lovely.
I think.
Oh, are you in the tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's TNT underneath them.
I have the TNT now.
I think I let the TNT go to the wrong person.
Yeah, I think you did.
No.
Oh, look, there's another tower.
There's not on my. Oh, there's a village over here.
I'm running over to the village. Leave it alone, it's mine. I'm joking.
No. Sticks. There's a village to our right.
Listen, guys, you can.
Yeah,
you
I know,
can
but I
rob
see a better
villages,
tower.
But preferably don't destroy them. Robbing is okay, but like vandalism is where I draw the line.
Vandalism is where you draw the line.
My FPS is dying.
That's
Thank you, sir.
crazy.
I got potatoes.
That's why I say no.
You're a potato.
Also got
Oh my
food in it.
god.
I'm just gathering food so I can go mine.
Oh yeah, I can
go
just
mining
grab
now,
this
I can give you
wheat.
more food.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Clerks.
Yay, manure and garbage and rat traps. How nice.
Yay!
How nice of them.
Yippee.
I love like there's a tower right in the middle of a village. All the friends and foe stuff. Oh, the little copper golems. Oh.
What is that tower with the globe on it? Are you at that sticks?
Nope.
Oh my god, there's pussies everywhere.
I mean, hot.
Sorry, I know you like them, don't worry.
How do I set home again? No, no.
Cats, get out of the way! It's like a tree inside this tower.
I ran to a place and I didn't realize it was infested with mobs.
That's always good.
Congratulations.
So it's gonna be a fun
Wow.
time.
No.
Of course it's
Think it's
fucking
gonna be a great time.
skeletons.
Oh, we getting every time you guys do something, we also get the achievement. By the way.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Yeah.
Hi, Zariush. How you doing?
Yeah, you know, I have TNT.
That's right.
You found a death trap?
Yep.
Nice. Could have waited for me. Why did I get 2 golden apples? And someone blew up.
I have a
We're not
question.
talking about
Wasn't there
that.
a way-
How have you blown up?
I opened a chest.
Oh,
Oh.
you're trapped in the tower.
Why? We've just said this.
Wasn't there a what to see where the what are?
Wasn't there a way to see what biomes are nearby?
Yeah, it's called a nature's compass.
Anybody have
Ooh.
that?
No, you need
I thought you had to find them, to be fair.
So you don't go into the towers because they explode.
No,
No, you
can't.
can. You just have to take. Yeah, you have to take the TNT out.
It's not that difficult.
Well, I technically took it out.
Yeah, but you took the chest with you.
Anybody want some spy glasses? Found some spy glasses. Kind of bad.
That sounds cool.
Is
Oh yeah, I don't have Optifine.
Oh
on
my
this,
god,
that's why
there's
I couldn't
villagers in here.
zoom.
Let's
Press Z, you zoom.
And? I don't know. Nothing's been crying.
Oh,
I have a question. Is players sleep set to one person or is it set to multiple?
Player sleeping percentage 1.
1 to
0.
6. Can you set it to 0, please?
1 just means 1. No.
Oh my god, you count down levels fast. It's nice we can see everybody on the map. Where everybody is.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a.
Styx is in his fun tower.
Yeah, I played it already.
Yeah. The tower with the globe have villagers in it and a lot of enchantment books, by the way, if you find one of those again. Styx found arm.
I have marked my place where I want to build, so I'm gonna.
Why do I have rotten flesh on me again?
Okay, well, that's fun, isn't it?
I've not even got diamonds yet.
Neither do I. I got it from a chest.
Yeah.
I want to find the pink trees so I can start building.
Oh, it's
Cherry blossoms?
Mhm. That's all I want right now.
It's all she was running.
Oh, you make very difficult demands.
I know, everybody who's playing with me knows that.
That means we have to
I
go
do the same
ignore.
shit all over every single time I'm playing.
Yeah, it's cherry blossoms constantly.
Yeah, but do you blame me? They're pretty.
Oh.
X marked the spot. What is that achievement?
Oh, yeah.
I guess you found something good.
Oh, yeah.
Am I? Did I vandalize something? What?
No, we
I
just
just
I just
opened.
saw-
I
just
just
saw your
opened the
achievement.
chest.
Kill a zombie.
Monster Hunter. Okay.
Nice.
If
Okay,
anybody
I'm coming back to.
Yeah, if anybody see cows,
I say everyone should start collecting at spawn now.
I did.
Are there furries in this game? So you got furry hunters achievement.
No, the furries are anything animal related, and yes, there are actually. Ours is in this. So, Wildens.
How was it, Kara?
Good.
I already marked my place too, where I want to stay. So I'm good on this.
Hi, Kylo. Yes, it's Minecraft.
I'm just quickly checking something.
My buttons aren't working. Again, that's nothing new. Let me see if I can fix my buttons. I just got back from doing dishes. Ooh. Why would you want to do dishes for?
Are you a woman? Sorry. My intrusive thoughts.
Of course.
Found a mob spawner.
Working, it just doesn't want to.
What are you in here? Hello. It's just a tomb. Okay.
So my house is clean. Yeah.
Squeeze are cute.
You know, I play Minecraft now. I'm on Minecraft. Don't care.
I really wish my inventory weren't full already.
You have a sack, though.
You can have backpacks in this mod.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sick.
It's
because
full.
I really
Oh, there's
like
a
it.
grinder, but I don't even have a pickaxe yet. Oh my god.
Did you like rob a village or what the fuck did you do? To have a
No, I
tree
robbed a
village?
tower.
What is that?
Yeah, we are robbing.
It's understandable.
So
I like
happy.
We committed a great crime.
Is this a mod pack? Yes, it is. It is. Yep. It is Chosen's. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back in a second. I've just gone to that tower with the world on top.
Who's
Oh,
fast
I've
still,
already been
because
there.
I'm
I've
far
already been
away.
Girl.
So, you know you're the person who said don't go running fucking miles away.
Oh yeah, I mean with building, but you do need to like, you know, get your resources and shit, so.
Yes, but the server will not survive.
It's been fine. Not that far away, to be fair.
Not yet.
But I do want cherry blossoms, so like, you know. Sacrifices made.
Have to be sacrifices made. Oh my.
You can just
Maybe
get them from the
doesn't
Wandering Trader.
If I can't have creative to build my shit, then I have to actually go and get my shit, or just neuter me.
Well, what's the
or
point in
build.
playing fucking survival if you're just gonna want creative?
But I just want to build in creative.
No.
Then I'll just go back to survival.
Oh no. I fell in a hole and there was a brown bear.
First time?
You is now
It didn't attack you though, so.
Well, that's because it's dead.
Oh. Did you kill it?
No.
No.
Maybe.
Look at the nice water. It's so nice and pretty.
I had to go for the most important thing to me.
What's that?
Leaf
What's
heal.
that? Oh, I've already been there.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Already inside it or not?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Fun little farmhouse, giving plenty of food. It's good.
Nice. Well, this is gonna take me a minute to get inside of it, but off I go. Sai, how the fuck?
A chest.
How did... Oh, she found a chest.
Who's
Ah.
built here? Whose stuff have I just found?
Fine, that's just a structure.
Hmm?
Sai, now you are heading too far, and there is no cherry blossom biome that way.
No, somebody's built like a dirt
sure.
stuff with a.
Yeah, it's a structure.
Is
Yeah,
it?
structure. Yeah.
I'm seeing stuff then.
I found a grave thingy also, so.
I mean, it's like a weird dirt shack.
hut is a structure.
Why?
I don't know. Yeah, right. You're starting to explore in too many different directions. The
Yeah, I'm
server is
coming back.
lagging.
I'm coming back.
I'm coming back.
That's how I found it. I was on my way back and I saw it and I was like, the fuck is this? Oh, look, a ravine. No, I might actually set up here.
I'm slowly going to get into the middle of the
I
meteor.
also love how starter friendly the mod is. I really love that.
Thank you.
We have
Hello.
pink fucking snails here. I'm in love.
I just chuck everything.
And back to kill me. Holy fuck.
Guess saw you in disability.
Meth 2, awkward. Dude, Pepsi with meth, Loki would go hard, I feel like.
Uh-huh.
No? In game.
Oh, Sai, why are you all the way down there? What are you doing?
What? I'm trying to find cherry blossoms.
He said there's no cherry blossoms that way.
Yeah, that's why I'm going the other way. I'm doing a circle, you know?
That's just the way I came from.
Stop ruining my experience! I'm trying to find cherry blossoms.
Go find cherry blossoms, then you go.
Yeah, and if you guys don't want to help, then don't criticize my way of getting there.
Right,
Deal
you
with
can
the fucking
get it
stop your
from a
mind.
fucking
Yeah, everyone
wandering
mind.
trader.
It is pretty rare though.
Around, dude.
There is one already near the village area.
He doesn't sell them, I fucking checked.
Yes, there was a bad thing she checked. What are you two doing over here? Hello? You already found a wizard hat?
The witch hat.
Which hat?
Will I blow up if I go into one of those houses that are blue?
Probably.
Which one were you going? I've been there. No.
Okay.
I've been to that house you're coming up to.
Okay, good, because I'm going in here, so...
Oh, yeah. I already looted most of the barrels. And the chest
Yeah,
that
but
was
they're
nothing.
individual.
Yeah. They're mostly food.
Oh. Yeah, but it's always good to have extra food.
Someone could. Sticks, are you heading back to spawn now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slowly on my way, you know?
Yeah, did you find anything good in that menu?
Yep.
Nice.
Young lady, you would become a boy? What do you mean I would become a boy? I already am a man.
Well, I like that I'm the first to get a backpack.
Yeah, I would
That's
like a
unfair.
backpack too.
Holy fuck. That's
I'm back at the pillow. There's 2 trading villages here, so did you check both of them?
No. I only saw one.
Yeah.
Well, the one that I'm at doesn't have it.
Yeah, that one didn't have it. I'm checking this one down here. Oh, is that you, Bernd?
Yeah.
With this one? Yeah. He doesn't have it either. No.
No, that's the one I just checked. He didn't have it.
Ah, you're setting up here? Okay.
Yeah, this is me.
Oh,
Hi, Kite. I didn't go just. I'd go through the blue door. You lose the boobs. I would gladly go through the blue door then. Come
I
on.
think I'm setting up on this hill over here. Then.
Thought I'd set up next to the ravine.
Yeah, I'm setting up on this nice hill. This nice hill.
I'm trusting Sticks with the fountain.
Huh?
You heard me.
Why?
Because you said if you can make a fountain, I was like, yeah. And you said, okay. I'll make
Yeah,
a
I was
fountain.
gonna do that in creative.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Finally, we can use creative, huh?
That was before World started that I asked.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say you can, but then I also want my pink wood, you know? I'm good, how are you? I'm good, gorgeous, I'm good. How's your weekend going?
Ooh, iron.
Ooh, new person. I didn't invite them to the thing yet.
Terrible? How come? Dude, all I want is cherry blossoms. Like, I'm not asking for a lot, am I now?
Kinda rare.
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
asking.
Oh my
Si.
god, I've just found
Well,
another
I'm talking to
ravine in a
myself, not to you,
ravine.
'cause I'm looking for them.
Pebble.
Okay.
It is getting nighttime.
If
One
people are
person
in the
can sleep, though.
yeah, if somebody's in the spawn, my bed is where
I have my bed up.
Sticks!
Get your ass back.
Hi, Matti. How you doing? Hello.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna loot those.
You're gonna make the server explode if you keep fucking running around, so.
How bad would that be, though?
Oh, there's lots of zombies down here. Nah, I'm gonna go the opposite way.
I need to find gold.
kurva.
But simple answer of this, I can make you a way to just infinitely farm them without having to actually mine them when you're back.
Me?
Yep.
Don't you need bone for that?
Nope. It won't take me long to set up either. Wait, does anyone have a furnace? Yeah.
I've got one.
Could I borrow it, please?
Yeah, it's at the spawn.
Thank you.
It's
I
next
will
to a
set up
ravine.
where I'm living in a second, in hopes that someone hasn't taken it. I'm just running over. I shall pay you with iron.
Oh yeah, I need iron, as I've got nothing.
Okay. Ooh. Wait, are these saplings?
I think you can bone meal them
Okay.
to make them into proper trees, but I think they're just bushes.
Okay. I'm gonna grab one and show you something real quick.
Okay.
Once stuff starts
There you go.
here. Yeah. Just so I know here. Yeah. So, do I not have enough? It takes 5. Okay. It'll make so much sense soon.
How are these carrots? I mean, okay, but
Okay. Oh, my backpack has so much space.
it's good, no?
I wish I had a backpack.
So is someone at spawn?
Yeah,
There's a
people
few
are
of
on
us.
spawn right now.
I'm running back to spawn slowly but steady.
This furnace is taking a minute, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just because it's the basic one.
Maybe it has performance anxiety.
There is 2 of us watching. How have you got a
Oh.
crafting upgrade? Oh, I forgot about quests.
Yeah, that's a quest, yeah.
Just grabbing a bunch of crap.
Yeah, okay, crafting upgrade I can actually use. That's nice.
I can't. Good for you, I can't.
My bad. Okay, and let's do it like this.
I don't even know what half this
Nice.
crap is. I got a boomerang.
Yeah, because I'm
Nice.
completing. Yeah, you complete the quest, you get a boomerang.
And a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, don't know what the fire engine's for yet.
Okay, right.
Extinguish fires, apparently.
Apparently.
And a map.
Ooh, and a shield. Shield that's useful. Night vision. Any other quests people done? Can we?
There's
yeah,
multiple
fix
types
that.
of chests, isn't there? It's like little chest upgrades.
Crafting upgrade.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
call a place home.
Could technically. What exactly are you making?
It'll make sense in a second.
Oh, I have a choice of what I could have. I could have a diamond. I could have iron, gold. I'll take the diamond.
Yeah, I took the diamond as well. I took the iron actually, so I can make. Have a crafting update. Okay, as well.
I'll keep
Have a spyglass.
valuables on me.
Yes, the counts as castle again. I need that backpack.
I want to get rid of this rotten flesh out of my inventory.
Backpack. We need lead now. Lead on the chest. Is Sai still on her quest?
Sorry, I was showing someone the mod, so I was like just standing around doing nothing. But
Oh, I meant
I'm
if she
going
was
back
still-
now.
She's
come back, I'll
miles
give you
away. I wanna.
Okay,
Is that all from that? Yes, now we just need string.
so this is what I was doing.
Oh yeah.
And now is where we see if it actually grows into a tree.
I'm just gonna watch.
It is. Do you have your backpack on, Stacks?
It just turns into another shrub.
Dang.
They won't grow into a tree.
Oh well.
Yeah. Is it?
No, I don't wear backpacks. I put them on my back.
Mm.
I keep them in my hotbar.
Well, at least I can use them as like a barrier, like saying, "Oh, this is where I'm going to build."
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess.
I've taken the hill over there, so.
Okay, I'll leave the iron, but it's a gift in your furnace.
You want a spyglass?
Thanks.
Have one.
Oh, you already found one. Okay.
If
Yeah, I
you
claimed the hill over.
go,
Nice.
trying to remember which way is. If you go north way, there's a bunch of little like shrubs that are like spruce saplings that might work.
Yeah, that works. Thorn. You fucking blade, Jesus Christ, man! You made that so much easier.
I turn those off.
Yeah, they went off immediately for me as well.
To be fair, most of the controls got turned off.
Matt, the sticks. Can you give Matty permission to the channels by any chance?
Matthew already
He doesn't
does.
see them. Yeah, but he says he doesn't see them, so I'm confused.
Tell them to DM me on Discord if possible.
Speedy,
It'll make it so much
Yeah,
easier.
what's up?
tell me how this works.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking. I am looking. You want a spyglass? You can have a spyglass.
No.
Yeah, but that's weird how that's working. I don't know how that's working.
Well, that's one way for me to get a lead without having to kill him.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm building up here, by the way. This is my space.
Did I do the
building
wrong
right-
person?
Right there.
No.
You get off my hay.
I did.
It's my hay. My hay.
I have started over there.
Okay. I'm just gonna go look a little bit northeast. I want to see if I can find some string. Find another structure to quickly load and see if it have it.
Oh, hello. No.
Nope.
Ooh.
Hi, Nitrim.
Matthew, I don't know your
Oh, this is
Minecraft,
sideways. Okay.
your in-game, your Discord username.
My
You're
Discord
already
username?
no, Matthew.
Oh.
You're already on the list.
Yeah.
You should be
I
able to see
misheard.
them.
There's so many wandering traders. Holy hell.
That's
Excuse
something I
me.
actually kind of want to get. Started. I'm gonna go wander a bit more. We're in a different direction. Ooh. Well, the chickens. I was wondering what the fuck that was.
I have an idea. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull it off, but I have an idea.
I have an idea, folks. Maybe not a good one, but I have one.
Exactly.
Idea's an idea.
Mm-hmm.
The brains could be braining.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not braining. Definitely not braining.
Oh, okay.
Drowning yourself?
At least
That's
you-
an idea.
At least you tried.
Oh no, we're still going back down and continue.
Ah, okay.
Oh, hello. I was going over to this tower to see what's in it.
We secured it, me and Sticks.
That's
the
good
chest are
then.
at the top, so.
Yeah, I've been to one before, so.
Yeah, I knew.
Oh, there's quite a lot of books in here. Oh, Fortune 3, let's go.
You lucky son of a bitch.
We're just gonna ride it out.
And I've got a bucket as well, because I was going to make myself a bucket, and then I was like, oh, no, actually, I'll check some chests, see if there's anything in them. Found a bucket.
Yeah.
Lucky me.
Riding it out. You can expect a lot more drownings.
Sounds ominous.
Are you drowning people or yourself?
Myself, but actually that gives me my loot beam, which tells me where it is.
You know you can set markers, right?
Looks like a little globe over there.
I need a pickaxe, which means I have to go down to my body.
Crawling in my back. What is that achievement?
So if you find any hollow oak logs, you can crawl through them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw one.
And then I saw one, and I remembered that you can do it. The ping is not pinging.
Ow.
Sorry?
I think it's good on my part.
Wait, did you solve the Mati issue?
I mean, they've got palms. There's nothing else I can do.
Do we know there's a blue ball in the air?
Oh?
Blue
Oh, there's a
ball?
tower, I think.
Yeah, there's a tower.
Yeah, I saw that tower.
It's a good
There's
tower.
a meteor next to
Yeah,
it,
but
I
that's
think.
probably the one with the fucking explosives, no? I'm not going
No.
Nope.
No, it's not.
Oh, hi, Si.
Hi!
I'm going into this tower, so...
Oh, okay, let me know if you die.
Well, they've already been in it, so I probably won't.
Well, never say never.
So have you just booby-trapped it?
Nope.
It doesn't sound very trustable.
No, but I'm in there anyway. Books, paper...
Oh, you're in the globe.
Magnet 2 makes you magnetic for items, stacks, and experience on the ground.
Pretty cool.
Ooh. Oh, that's Riptide. Okay, I'm ignoring that one.
Hey, I like Riptide.
I mean, I like Riptide, but I don't have a trident. Oh, villagers.
Grab it for me.
Yeah, I can grab it for you. Oh,
Thank you.
do you need a compass to make the nature compass?
Nature compass.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I also have a lodestone.
Alright, let me go grab that book
So
for
we can
you.
set a compass to the dead center if we wanted.
I've got the book. Who wanted it?
Me, Riptide.
Okay.
Wanted what? Oh.
The Riptide book.
Kind
And
of trippy. I went to bed. Occupied a villager, right? And then I woke up and I'm seeing one villager and a baby.
Oh.
What the hell did it do?
Natrium.
Sleep.
Natrium.
You are now a
I don't know if
father.
anybody explained it to you ever, but
Ow.
you know. Wait, can I somehow TP to the point where I set?
Oh yeah, I fucking set a home. Why am I
You set
running?
home, but also, Si, you're right next to where I live, so.
Oh, it should be next to my home then.
Well,
Anyway.
wrong way.
I know I'm robbing this place.
Yes.
Yeah. You need to give me that sapling for a bit, though. So I can
Alright.
actually grow it.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Where saw you?
Right above you. Not literally above, I mean north above.
Oh. I did not just check above me.
Why would you look up?
I didn't.
Oh, it's two different types of chests.
Si,
Mhm.
look right.
I'm just running to here because that's where I put my. You know.
I see a wandering trader.
Alright, I'm at my base with the Riptide, so if you want to come grab it.
Sick, not stick. Oh, how sick are you, love? Like how bad sick? How sick are we talking about?
Oh yeah.
Do you need to sapling?
Spooky, scary skeletons.
Yeah, I got wither skulls.
Are you in the nether?
No, don't place it. No, wandering trader. And I had
Yeah,
emeralds.
Wandering Traders, yeah.
Oh.
So, I shall bring it back soon.
Where is the trader actually? I wanna
Over there,
see what
by the tower.
By the tower? Oh yeah.
I found a pretty nice hill.
Found a pretty nice hill.
Yep.
Pretty.
As long as it's not my hill with hay bales on them, then you can.
It's not. It's the complete opposite side, which is even better. What did you buy?
Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Do you still want a spruce sapling?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, if that's okay.
Because I've just looked it up. All you have to do is just shove it in a crafting table and it'll be a spruce sapling.
Oh. That's really disappointing.
I was like looking at like, oh, okay. Is there any other way of getting a spruce sapling? It sees it, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I feel kind of disappointed in myself for that one. Oh.
How do you? It was those pots again, wasn't it? It was the.
Yeah, it's a botany pot.
Blah 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 blah. Terracotta in the flower pot, and I have nothing. So
It's a lot of clay.
And this is a
But I do know where clay is. I just have to sit here and gather enough.
Yeah. If you gather enough, can you make me?
Yeah, sure. As soon as you get me
Thanks.
the spruce sapling.
Yeah, well, I've got it, so. And I've still got the Riptide.
Exactly. Fair deal.
Pumpkins.
Yeah, now that we're all around spawn, it's not lagging nearly as much. So if you plan to go on like a mass adventure, just sort of try to do it when not you're online.
Try and do it when nobody's here.
Yeah, I think that's the fair way to do it, so we don't kill everyone's performance.
Why did I put that one so close to the other
Wait.
one?
There we go.
Alright, well, at least I know these shrubs. If I need spruce saplings, I can just turn them into ones.
Yeah, or you can just come to me at that point, because I will
Yeah.
have enough.
And then hopefully I'll have my own, and then I can switch out the saplings if I need to. I'm probably going to primarily build out of spruce.
Yeah, same. Well, I kind of need it for flooring design. Personally.
Because I think there's chisel in here, isn't there?
I think so.
Yeah, there's re-chisel.
Oh, re-chisel. That's an even better one.
That does wood as well. That does everything, not just...
Yeah, that's the good one.
Oh, mangrove would be a really nice one to have. Why is there a massive crater in the forest?
That's the applied energistic stuff.
Oh.
So,
I might go and chop a bunch of trees down. Deforestation, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Type shit. Or very aesthetic deforestation.
You gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
Wait, you can play Uno in this
There's Uno.
What?
gambling card.
Oh, yeah, no,
Reverse
that's
card.
not for Uno. That's not for Uno.
Then
Not for
what
Uno.
what is this?
For something that is not Uno.
Ew.
No, it's DOS.
Exactly. Hey. How's it going, Nitrium? Oh yeah. Sorry, I just need to sort something now. Perfect.
I'm trying to figure out where to settle because I don't want to settle somewhere and then they'd be like, yeah, no, that's 100 blocks too far.
Yeah, okay. So I'm probably the farthest away from the center. I think.
I think I'm one of
Yeah,
the closer
think so.
ones.
Yeah, you're probably the closest. So, Nitrium, anywhere like from inside of where I am would be probably best for you. So, try keep that in mind, if that makes sense.
It's raining.
It's raining.
It's raining.
Running men.
Hallelujah.
It's raining men.
Yeah, so
Amen.
Nitrium, 170 blocks away from spawn.
I wanna
is how far I am.
go out. Wanna get
Just go to a different side
something
and try to stay within that range.
absolutely soaking wet.
Build with this portal then.
If you're building at that portal, that's a bit close to me. I'll just build the other way. It's fine.
How just that wasn't the other way?
Not a diamond. Found an apothic gem which can be stocketed.
I mean, it's not a diamond. What do you mean, socketed into an item?
Socketed.
Maybe the diamonds are the friends you made along the way.
Wow.
Well, these are some pretty shit diamonds.
I would love to say something, but I can't. I'm on stream.
Yeah.
almost-
We all
it
know you
almost
like
slipped out.
insulting.
It's not an insult. It's factual.
Wow, that makes it even worse.
You know me.
Sadly.
Well.
I'm sorry. I had to. Also, I will work on like, oh fucking hello. Jesus
Wait, what about
Christ.
my sapling?
It's growing
Slow spawn.
slowly.
That's why I said I want
Yeah.
to get like bones and shit.
Yeah, get some bones and it will still
Wow.
grow over here.
You've got quite a lot of stuff going in on the furnaces.
Yeah, I need a bit of clay.
just a bit. Hey. Thank you very
A bit of
much.
clay.
Yeah. Did you just want to give me all three, or I don't think you need any more?
I'm having one for every tree type.
Maybe. I joined to it's growing
Oh, yeah,
slowly.
no, I have
Yeah.
problems.
I don't doubt that, but I also have problems, so it doesn't matter.
Do you have any more sapling types?
I've got birch. Do you really want birch? No, I'm putting a birch one in there just because it's a good one to waste wood on.
On fuel?
Fuel, making chests, doing other crap. That's literally what I'm using birch for. And then I've only got spruce at the moment. I do want mangrove. So if you see a mangrove swamp,
I might be able to get it from the Wandering Trader at some point.
or a wandering trader,
There
get
is a
it
way
and
to
then
make sure
resapling
the
it.
Wandering Trader spawns.
Yeah, please don't make that a possibility. They're annoying.
Yeah, they are, but they give really nice stuff.
But how are you, B? Hope you're having an amazing
Wait,
day.
did you choose the diamond from your quest button?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What would you want for it? Because there is something I can make, and I need 2 diamonds to do so.
What is it that you're making? If it's an enchanting table,
It's not, but that is also a very good idea, which I should do instead. So I'm down.
wait, where's my stuff gone? Oh, it's there.
So yeah, if you want me to do the enchanting table, I'm down.
Because I probably want to waste some of my enchants now, like my levels now, than later on, if I die.
Yeah, I don't have enough for a obsidian diamond pickaxe yet though, so I'm gonna look into another way to get obsidian.
Let me put that one down there. That there. I need dirt, don't I, to put in the pot. And then I'm gonna do one of my spruce. Where are my spruce ones gone? It's there. It's on the ground because I placed it down.
Oh, nice. They got that.
How long does it take to grow? I can't remember.
Take what to grow?
The saplings in the pots.
It should take about a minute or two. I think it's 2.
And then I'll make another chest.
But I'm actively like working on the upgrades for them. So it'll take me a while, but
And then I'll grab one of my birch ones and shove it in there as well. Got spruce and birch. Or I could do an oak one instead. I've got oak. Do you need oak?
oh, of course I've already got oak.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I didn't have oak, I'd be quite concerned.
I'm good, thank you. I did a lot of house flipper earlier, and now I'm playing Minecraft. Minecraft's fun. I've been playing a lot of like single player, but I also wanted to play on a server at some point, so that's what I'm doing.
Oak is kind of like the earliest point of the game.
Well, it depends on where you spawn.
True. Does everyone have a bed yet?
I've got one.
Beds.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Thorn. Oh, thank you. Why?
I might go mining.
I have so many questions.
What did you get?
He just passed me a diamond pickaxe.
Do you want to share it?
Soon?
if it's free, do you want to share it?
Well, I'm removing that obsidian portal first.
Oh, fair. Who gave it you?
Blade, why? I'm so confused,
Wait,
man.
you're ruining my obsidian portal?
This is a structure. You are not taking fucking control of it.
You sent me something. Hold on.
That's unfair.
Oh, you've done custom pictures for...
My pot, but okay.
Very nice.
It's a structure. What do you mean?
To be fair, I think that makes it harder for me to notice who the fuck's who.
Or what?
I used to do that. I did that years ago.
So you like can't tell that I've touched it.
Ah.
And then obviously I stopped playing the game and then it just broke.
I got what I needed from it.
Oh yeah, see, they're growing now. They're growing.
Should have asked.
I kind of forgot you were building there. I thought you went to the other side. I do apologize.
Can't wait for you to be gone. I only did it for the portraits. I just clicked them and then read the names. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
In the meantime, I'll give you your pickaxe back, Blade. It's been magicked.
Honestly, might go mining. That's probably in a minute.
Hola. We've got an enchanting table now. Nice.
Hey, let's go.
It'll be sorted soon. Blade, you're over this way, yeah.
I'm literally just using the sack for like pretty much just my valuables.
Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's far. God damn it. Big recycling.
Oh, what I might do, because I don't have much water close to me, I'm gonna make a infinite water pool.
Hello, Blade.
Because I kind of want to set up a farm.
Blade,
Yellow.
turn around.
Ooh, a wandering trader.
Yeah, I just needed the obsidian for enchanting table.
And there's nothing good in it.
Why is your chest looking like a trap chest?
Because it's probably the one that blew me up earlier.
Oh my god.
That makes more sense.
Just using the chest that killed you.
That's, I mean, honestly, respect it.
Oh. Oh, you have to press them, don't you? Ah, shit.
Sorry, how much wood did you need?
As much as possible, really, because I'm gonna build.
Wrong person to say as much as possible to, but yes, okay.
You know, as much as possible. I mean what I say. I'm on my hunt to find
Rest in peace to the
find
forest.
a hole so I can find skeletons, so I can find bone.
I found some skeletons. I just dug a mine and they're down there.
I found an Enderman with a backpack on.
Nice.
I don't want to fight him specifically because he has a buff also. So. I'm tempted to kill him though. He does have a backpack. The
Ooh,
secret
that is a
enchanting.
pretty good reason.
He has a backpack, but also
Backpack,
he has a buff on,
backpack.
like, and he's look. I have a backpack already. He's looking at me funny.
Yeah, but you can't really. He can't really reach you.
He also has a block, so you know. Oh, someone killed the creeper.
Task completed. Kill a creeper.
Okay, the enchanting table was done, but it's quite shit.
Yeah, it will be because we need
rate
books.
We can just
We
rate
don't
the
have enough
towers.
books yet.
We can just rate the towers. They're bookshelves on them.
Why did I?
True, good point.
They're bookshelves. Like we can just rate them.
This cherry log really isn't giving me a sapling anytime soon. This is bullying.
I have bones in my bone meal in my chest. I think.
Oh, I'm gonna need some, aren't I? For fuck's sake.
I have bones in my chest. I'm pretty sure I came back with a lot. There's a graveyard like a bit out to the south that has a lot of bones.
Hmm.
Where did that Enderman? Oh, the Enderman teleported away. That's sad. I wanted to kill him. Oh well. He's outside. I think he's burning outside.
It's quite shit, but if you have lapis, obviously you can just use it.
Yeah. But you also find weapons out in Destructed as quite
Should I
good,
just go
so.
straight into the chest, or is it?
Yeah, it's a hopper botany pot. So they just output straight into the chests. It's nice and easy. Yours, you have to like right click when it's fully grown.
Yeah. I might see if I can grab, make a hopper one.
Yeah, I just don't have any more iron.
I have a lot of iron in mine of my furnaces.
I used
got
all of it.
I might just go and make go mining.
If you go to my place in my 4 furnaces, there should be 4.
That is so far to go.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. I have to cross a river.
No.
You're the one that
No, that's a
yeah,
pretty
you
good
get
fucking reason.
challenge.
What did I miss?
Not much.
Not much.
We're all
Everything.
just yapping. Yeah, you missed everything. We're all at Diamond Lamp now. We're about to go kill the Ender Dragon.
I'm just happy that I got my name in this game. You know? No one can ever tell me something's impossible because I will always mention the fucking name.
I will always say it's impossible.
Yeah, because you're a
Sticks.
guy and you're pessimistic by heart, so like makes sense, doesn't it?
Sticks, how much iron do you need?
A lot.
What's a lot in your book?
Hey. Hello.
Hello.
Like 512, so
I don't have that yet, but you know.
a few stacks, just a few.
You should just make an iron farm.
Yeah, I can't be
Why are
asked
my
for that shit, yeah.
controls wrong? I hate this.
Well, to be fair,
Oh, I made it a good. I made a perfect circle. Fucking first try.
look, I really want to make that, but I don't have
Oh, no,
anything
I
to
didn't
make it
perfect
yet.
Circle. Shit.
I'm gonna go mining.
I just cleared everything. Nothing special here.
Who's made that massive penis pillow?
Yeah, that was the first thing I saw when I spawned.
I just saw it generate in. I found the Enderman with the
okay, yeah,
backpack.
that's a pretty good reason.
Fuck, he's teleporting away.
Lowly, there's Ultimine.
Shit, he didn't drop it. That fucking bitch.
Oh, the
I have to build an
Enderman?
actual house because I have to be Zoria's neighbor.
You didn't drop
Just
it.
live under Zoria's house.
That sounds horrendous.
Yeah, I just remember that beef.
Oh, it turned into beef, I see. It didn't go well then. Oh no.
It did go well, yeah.
I'm just playing with you though, Lily, can't lie.
Well, if you played something other than Valorant, you know.
I am, but like,
Hey, he's got a point.
but I do play other things. We played Devour yesterday, for example.
And you didn't invite me.
Wasn't I supposed to be invited to that?
He's also got a good point.
You know what, guys? What a wonderful Minecraft server we have here now, isn't it?
Remember when I bought that game for you? Remember when I bought that game to play that with you, Daniel, and Raz? So I have that game in my Steam library, so I could have been invited.
We should
Just saying.
play sometime together, Loli, whenever you find time. Because you're super busy with uni, so I didn't even know you
Yeah,
were
what happened to
playing.
Resident Evil, huh? Where'd that go?
Need to play it. Yeah, we need to play that as well. I can't lie.
Uh-huh.
We'll do it, okay? Like, you know, plenty of time, you know, like, plenty of opportunities together, you know, like, come on. Come on, love.
Sai, this sounds like you're digging a very deep hole.
Oh, yeah.
Digging yourself her own grave.
You guys know me. My mind doesn't work.
And you're saying that to people whose minds also don't work.
Yeah, basically.
Mine's fine.
Is it?
Is it?
Oh, damn. You got lucky.
Sure did.
Yay, more iron.
Only time my mind doesn't work is in my fucking oceanography class.
Oceanography.
I blame the professor, though.
One way to do it.
That's the way to do it.
Always the way to do it.
Imagine going to university.
Imagine not knowing that reference.
Anu, how come you are so far away? Jesus. Oh, he's not in VC. Never mind. The man's rendering new chunks. Because the ones I pre-generated didn't fucking come over.
Love that.
Yeah, wasn't that supposed to be the plan?
It was, but they didn't come over. So it didn't work.
Yeah, you know, Kylo. Nobody else listened.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes that's fucky. I don't know why.
Oh, there is lava here.
Disappointing, really.
That's something that I wanted. Okay, what I'll do, I will take. That's the way to do it.
I love how instant night is to get past. It just shows up and it's gone immediately.
They're not diamonds.
Yeah.
They're not diamonds.
Don't
Don't say diamonds because they're not diamonds. I know they're not diamonds.
Well, I mean, I need skeletons.
Oh,
Me
because
too,
it's
and
that
it's in bone.
Go into a hole.
fine.
Oh, Kirsten.
Bones.
Yeah.
I don't
Very
have
nice.
good luck with holes, so I never go into them anymore.
Why? Because you keep dying in them?
Maybe.
Or is it a different type of hole that you're...
I feel like it's
I
a
think
different.
you know the answer.
I think it's both.
I'm looking
It might be.
Okay, I got quite a lot of iron now, so that's good.
Just have to slowly wait for it to produce what I need.
You know, it's just my cats meowing. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. They're being assholes sometimes.
I now need
Pretty usual,
sand.
Any true.
I'm making an iron farm.
That's great.
Which
Let me look at iron. Let me see if there's another way to make it.
Sticks.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Oh, you beautiful, beautiful specimen.
I think you made him happy.
You're like, that's better. And all I see, colour change. Might grab a bit more.
Fucking finally, it gave a second sapling.
You're welcome.
Nice.
Now I don't have to hear about it anymore.
You're salmon now, yes.
I mean, it's the wood for Sai.
Yeah, I know. So now I don't have to hear about it anymore.
Oh, and now it gives another one, of course, of course.
Just give it me now. There you go. Easy peasy.
Bernd, if you want to go ravine, go hunt, go mining, I'm up for it. I'm looking for a good mine entrance somewhere.
I've got like a 3-tier ravine right next to each other, right by where I'm living. So, if you want to do if you want to do ravine stuff, then let me just get what I'm doing sorted.
I can see you over there. I can just come over to you. So now you're gonna have your cherry blossoms.
I'm happy.
There we go. And I think I'll do it with the spruce one.
Yeah, your cherry blossoms are being produced. We've got a stack and 26 now.
Yeah, I got a hop one. Hello.
Can you TP me to your sticks by any chance?
Don't mind the hole that I'm making.
Why can't you run?
I am asthmatic.
Okay, give me a reason to TP you.
Just wanting to.
See lava down there. Have you been down here yet?
I've gone down there. You can see my water slope.
Okay, well, I think you know.
But
the answer.
there's a bigger bit down there. Where did I just?
Yeah, that's a bigger bit up north here. Yeah, I see it.
No, I mean, where did you go? Oh, yeah, down there. Right at the end, there's another ravine hole.
Oh, I
At the
see
bottom
it,
of the
yeah, I see it.
ravine. That's where I've just been, and I'm going to go back down there in a minute. I just need to get this set up properly.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm on my way.
I'm just trying to do.
You're just running further and further away.
I don't know where I'm going.
Go north.
Side, don't you see all our like characters on the
Look
map?
at the
Cool.
map.
Press M.
Well, I'm gonna put
Also,
that.
why is everyone going so far away in different directions? Oh my god. Oh, wait, no, the car is coming towards
There
us.
is a lava.
The direction is down.
I need a specific kind of wood, and it's not here.
What?
Did you just-
Dark oak.
Oh,
Dark
dark
oak?
oak.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm dropping down.
Oh, wait, I didn't invite you to the team.
There is a creeper with a witch hat on.
Oh.
Fancy.
He's just cosplaying.
Just cosplaying.
As who?
Oh, more iron. That's good. That's what I want.
Now we can see where you run off to.
Yeah, now we can see where you guys are going. Keep an eye.
Yeah. That's
Always watching, Wazaski.
Always.
Always watching.
Remember to
Oh,
turn in your
creeper.
paperwork.
The guy's an idiot.
Alright, I need to run somewhere now.
I got a shot of balance. Whatever that is. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Through the mountain.
Secret,
There
secret,
is a creeper with
secret,
a witch hat,
secret
yeah.
tunnel. Have they all just got a witch hat? Witch hat? Words? Hello? Help?
A witch hat.
A witch
Yeah,
hat.
that one.
They might, because it's.
Holy
Halloween.
fucking shitty bollocks crap.
Love
Oh, he
that.
didn't give me his witch hat. Oh,
No, I didn't get a witch hat either.
stop.
I don't even
You can
know.
make one.
What if it's just a texture? What if it's not actually on
No,
the...
because I saw Blade having a witch hat on, unless that's just his character.
No, that was a item I got from her chest.
Oh, so I got
Oh.
a dog.
Of course.
A dog?
Cat?
I actually managed to get a cat.
A parrot. So I got a parrot this time.
I got a
No, it's a
car.
parrot.
Oh, water.
Amaranth seeds, demon's dream seeds. Well, how many seeds do I have to grow?
All of them.
Yeah.
What are those?
I'm gonna have a huge ass farm.
I have to remember how the fuck to do stuff in this mod pack.
Same.
That's for later.
I'm just mining.
I'm honestly ignoring the mod pack and just playing because it's playing with people.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Strawberry stones.
I'm sorry, I
Oh
just
my God,
dropped a
it's like-
skeleton on you.
Hello? No. Go away, skeleton. That's
I
also a
think there were
creeper
dark
with a witch
oak
hat.
saplings in one of the chests near the tower, I think. I'm not quite sure though.
Those are
That's
per
not
person generated, so.
Yeah, it's individual.
Yeah, that's also what I thought. But...
Unless you grab it out and then give it to someone.
Yeah.
And you need 4 to grow a tree because this game's stupid.
And I should
This is
do it
giving me a
box.
lot of iron, which is good. I like this. I like this ravine. It's giving me a lot of iron. Oh, no wonder it started to get fucking nicer. 'Cause-
Oh, if you want your saplings, you gotta wait till I'm back.
I was having a little bit of a ping issue, and then all of a sudden it was normal, and then it went bad again.
I won't
Yeah,
be long.
it's because people are running, exploring.
Yeah, it's because people are going everywhere and anywhere at once.
I do
Oh.
apologize. I just have to find a singular item.
That's fine.
I'm salted.
Like, it's just a little delay, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It only gets bad when there's like 5 people going from every different direction.
I think because some of us are actually
bad.
stayed in the spawn area at the moment, it's not the worst.
Yeah, when we're in spawn chunks, it's gonna be fine. But Loli, if you get a single dark oak sapling, you can grow it in a botany pot, and it will produce more saplings.
Really?
Well,
Save
Spitty,
it
what are
in
you
the
mining
floor.
for anyway?
I'm just down here mining for everything.
Fair enough. I'm ignoring all the modded stuff and just going straight for
I'm
iron.
grabbing all the modded and stuff.
I don't know what half this modded stuff does, so I'm ignoring it until I need it.
Corn.
The fun part is I've finished this pack before,
You
so I
did?
know exactly how to do everything.
See, I did too, but that was like 6 months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever I had an issue, I would just be like, Loli, can you build me this?
I don't want to talk about that mixer.
That mixer was funny as fuck. So sorry.
Oh, hello.
Man was not happy, let me tell you that much.
And don't blame him. It's because, sorry, you somehow make such unreasonable tasks without realizing how difficult they are, and then expect it to be done almost instantly.
Not cruel.
That sounds like Sai.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, who else wants an input on this?
If you're like a guy, so you should be able to know.
No! Not how it works.
Holy shit. Okay, FPS has gone way worse.
You've probably come near something. Chunk then.
Chunky.
Chunky, chunky, chunky.
Chunky chunks.
Waiting for sticks.
I'm at my
or whatever.
house.
Where's your house? Is it like the big thing?
Where are you?
And
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm on the hill.
I'm gonna go out the ravine for a minute.
Have you found anything down here, bro?
I got over a stack of iron.
Don't you just need the wood?
Got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to smelt one of them. And I need to
I'll take one
do
because I want to use the leaves.
that. And then
Okay, you could just say, I could have just said you need the leaves, and I could have got the leaves.
Oh,
Because
I'll be right
need
back.
them as well. Because of the particles.
Ooh.
Enchanting tables at level 24 now.
Let's go.
We need 2 more bookshelves, I think. No, 3. Wait, I can just use chisel bookshelves.
And candles, but those are a little more annoying.
Yeah, candles are a pain in the ass. But a chisel bookshelf works where it can reach enchanting power of 2. If you put the full 6 books in. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. A chisel bookshelf doesn't work. God damn it. That's annoying.
Boy, I sure do love trying to find a specific biome when there's like 19 new ones in this mod pack.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Damn, Kara.
Blue. I'm an empath and I can sense he's not happy.
Well, this tower is cool. Is there stuff in here that's gonna kill me? Probably.
Yeah, it depends what tower.
Yeah, it depends. What tower have you found?
I don't see on the map. Oh, you're far. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
he's far.
That's why I'm seeing so many server overloaded. Oh.
Oh, yeah, this will kill me. I'm getting it. Nope.
Yeah. Spiffy, I'm going to DM you again. Just 1 second.
I see. I see.
Hi, Michaela. How
Yeah.
you doing, love? Michael, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael.
I think I underestimated it a little bit.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, it takes long for saplings to grow.
8, 9.
That's that's just the tick speed.
4, 5.
Oh, you lowered this tick speed?
No, it's
I think
just
it's 7.
tick speed. I believe.
Okay, so it's the regular one. Okay.
Just tick speed.
Ooh.
Should be at like 300 or something.
Did you find diamonds?
A single one in the chest, but yeah.
Hi Daniel, how you doing, gorgeous? Did you summon him?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I thought you summoned him to make fun of my immortal commenting.
I don't even know what you're talking about. But I should have, because that sounds funny.
Fair enough. Does someone have one more iron by any chance?
Mm-hmm.
I need one to make a pickaxe. A pickaxe. Axe.
Okay, come here. I say come here because you actually know where I live, so it's much easier.
Why the fuck do you need redstone torches to make chests?
You
Trap
make
chests.
sophisticated chests with redstone torches, and that
Yeah.
means
Oh
you
yeah,
can
those are the
upgrade
upgraded
them.
ones, aren't they? Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Come on.
I was gonna say, don't take my fucking resources and don't even say thank you.
Did you need more bookcases, by the way?
Yes.
I'm at the tower right now. I can get the
Okay,
books.
yeah. That tower should just have the rest that we need. Then we've got max for what we can handle now, at least.
Yeah. Kind of want the TNT too, just because.
Yeah. I will say the server is overloading a tiny bit.
Once I get the source, I'm coming back. He's just not cooperating.
Spitty, I'm gonna fix it on Monday.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Dinners. I think that's fair.
I was being asked what I want for food, and obviously I don't know.
Oh, my phone's at 9%. Oh,
I'm back.
shit.
Welcome back.
Thanks. At least all my irons, or most of my irons smelted.
Coming back with the books now.
Yep, nice.
I also found a turtle helmet. Turtle. Nah, that one right. This one, yep. I am now fish. I can swim underwater forever.
Don't believe, just watch. Hopper. Then I want botany pot. Hopper botany. And
Fuck. That's gonna be awkward. Okay.
right.
What the hell are you? You.
What the hell?
What the hell? Oh, didn't check this chest here. Hello? Oh, this food.
Yeah, the wood type.
Why did I just do a
decided to
fucking
go
capture
for-
that select the animal with the longest legs? Like, what the fuck? Select the animal with the longest legs. It showed me sheep, cows, and pigs. Fucking okay. Thanks. Like, that's fucking easy.
Is that a problem?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
I now need to remember how this works.
Oh, hi, Loli. Do you
park
need
my
a
horse here?
fence post or a lead? Yeah.
I do need a lead.
I don't know if I
I
have
need a
one, but let me
villager.
check the recipe.
It needs slime balls because they haven't changed it in this version.
I have one of them. Do you have string?
Does someone have a villager near them,
So the
or?
thing about this economy is that it's kind of hard to. No, I don't have any string. I didn't have an in for that
I have,
joke either.
I have
I have-
strings
I have
in my,
3
my
string.
chest.
Okay.
Stay here.
At my place.
I'm gonna take it. Nobody has a villager.
I'm gonna yoink 4 string, if that's okay, so.
Yeah,
It's
I
for
didn't take
Loli's
any
horse.
villagers with me.
Just take it. It's okay.
Village. Give me a villager. Do 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 do. Cause I want an iron farm, so I don't have to get everything myself. Villager. Snatch.
Nitrium, you're nuts. How do you build that?
I just saw 2 villagers just like literally like they're kissing, and then I just stole the villager from them.
I mean, Loli, if you want to live out my house, there's going to be enough space. So.
I'm so glad you can just like shift and left click or shift and right click a villager. Sorry.
Hey, Stacks.
Oh, hey. Thanks.
Oh, there's a skeleton's body. It gives you cookies.
It gives you cookies?
I just broke a skeleton and it gave me cookies.
Nice.
That's new.
It's like, you know, the ones on the ground that are like not movable, they look like decorations. Alright.
I think you've dropped cookies of all things.
Yeah, it was weird. It was like, oh, cookies. Actually, I'm gonna move this onto a chest because I think they can just work
Yeah,
straight on
it's straight enough.
chests.
Yeah. I just did the rest for decoration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also just gonna for decoration as well. Nice. We've got a fancy enchant table over by me now.
Nice. I don't have any lapis.
Neither do I. Don't worry.
I have to be careful not treading on Nitrium's farm down here. Oh, sure.
I honestly keep forgetting you need lapis.
It's an odd requirement, but it's better than using all
Storage.
30 of your levels for level 30 enchantment.
Oh, refined storage. Yeah, I'm just accepting like the starters to quests because we all forgot.
I mean,
it just gives some free stuff.
I think I grabbed some. Oh no, I didn't grab any of these.
Okay, them pedestals I'm gonna need off someone.
Oh yeah, I have to summon my dragon again.
Magic. You can have the pedestal that I've just grabbed.
Yeah, if that's okay.
I honestly have no idea what I'm doing with it, so honestly, just take it from me.
Wait, do you have dark oak?
Glowing bread? Okay.
I don't have dark oak yet.
Oh my god, is that the gay boy?
Wandering trader.
Not so happy.
Is that a gay boy?
Regular oak next to a regular oak forest. Dog, I ain't paying you for that. It's right there.
How are you, Lucky? How's your day going? Hope you have an amazing day. You're for a boyfriend, I see ya.
Okay. I just completed a shit ton of quests.
Oh, this time.
Wait, he has a fur sapling.
Big vibin', nice.
Why is there a plague doctor here?
Where's the closest village?
The closest village is just past me.
I think it's the one south for me.
Yeah, it's the one.
I didn't even know. Oh, there is one south. Oh, yeah, that's closest to you. I've got one north from me, which is closer for me to get to.
Sai, why are you talking with the plague doctor?
Because he has rats on the fucking door. Oh my god, Loli, do you remember?
I have not ignored your DMs. I did see them. It's just mostly because I was streaming at the time and I didn't.
Oh yeah.
I haven't checked.
Way possible.
I haven't responded yet.
I'm sad that I missed that.
That I genuinely like that hurt my heart in an ironic way. I can't lie. Like it might only be a game, but you know it was an unfair death. Okay. It was.
Well, to be fair, I haven't responded. I haven't responded. It's just more of the.
Ignored. Got it.
Got it.
Wait. Oh, you can just crouch right click and pick up villagers.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a village breeder then.
You can pick up villagers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Crouch right click.
Yeah, I've literally just gotten an iron farm and I'm waiting for iron to actually spawn, but I don't know why it's not working.
I'm guessing you've only just figured this one out in Nitrium.
I know Vanta set up like a really tiny iron farm. I don't remember how.
I know which iron farm I want to do, but unless I get iron from sticks.
You can make an iron farm from Easy Villagers mod. I just need a lava bucket.
I've literally got one. I've literally just made it.
I've got one as well now.
Although it's not giving me much iron. It's not even spawning.
Oh, is it slow?
Yeah,
It doesn't spawn them. It needs an output into a chest.
yeah, I've got it. I've got a chest. Just don't know why it's not doing it. Well, it's only been down for like a couple of minutes anyway, but it's just a. Just wanted to. Oh no, it is spawning. It's just very slow.
Gotcha. Okay, so we need way more of them.
I think there's a lava pool near me.
I've got 3 lava buckets.
Nice. I might
Potato beetle?
have to make some more buckets. Actually, why am I making buckets? I can just continuously make one, but I need.
Bucket back.
Yeah, it gives you the bucket back.
That's going to be very useful.
Yeah, it gives you the buckets back. It's just more of the factor of it's the sand for me because I live nowhere near sand.
Yeah, I've grabbed a fair amount of sand.
And then smelting it to make glass. I've got enough iron because I've been mining and now I've got the iron
Okay,
farm.
If you want to head over to my base, we can collect as much as we can and get it.
Right, who wanted the pedestal, by the way?
Me.
You. I'll come around to you then. Grab you, give you.
Yeah, we can get the iron going as well.
Sai, did you ever grab that dark oak sapling?
Did I grab what?
Never mind.
Take that as a no.
The dark oak sapling that was in that chest. Even I remember that, and I've not been here because I've been.
I only have a Akaya, whatever the fuck it's called.
You said you saw one in a chest.
Do you want the book as well, or
Yeah,
just
in
the?
one of those generated ones.
The book?
Did you grab it?
No, I've got one.
Okay.
We can. I'll start producing.
Oh, this looks nice. This looks very snazzy. Stacks of books and.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you make that villager breeder?
I don't actually know, but I'm gonna look into it.
I think it's just called a breeder. You need a bed, glass, iron, and any sort of plank.
Okay, I can sort that quite quickly.
Yeah, I just need the sand if I was gonna do it, and then I need the 2 villagers as well.
I've got the 2 villagers
Nice.
for a breeder.
Oh,
I can do that easily then.
Yeah, it's just the bed, which I don't.
I already have.
You've got. I think you've got at least one.
Oh, I already have one.
Oh yeah, you've got a spare one in there as well. You got the trader. You need the trading tool as well for it.
Trading tool.
You know, like if you're having a librarian, you'll need the lectern in there.
This guy's working, but
Oh, you got the toolsmith.
yeah, because I picked up the guy when he was like.
Oh, so you already have in the toolsmith there. Okay, that's fair.
Hey, Sai. You want to know what that's
Well,
about, Cherry Blossom?
well, to be fair, I don't think we all need a breeder. So if you make the breeder, and then if I could get some other baby villagers from it, that'd be nice.
Like that,
Every now and then,
if you see me on the map, like right north of me, there's a whole cherry blossom biome right there.
Have you?
I'm producing cherry blossoms.
Hello.
Quite a bit.
Naughty.
Slowly speed up. once I can.
Don't say that. You can run a speed on me.
It's okay.
I think I need to put a location down for my stuff because I keep forgetting where it is.
Do I need to give these guys food? Oh,
I
yeah,
think you need to give them bread or equivalent.
Something edible.
Yeah. Bread is literally one of the easiest ones to get though, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you have any iron on you?
I've got loads of iron actually, to be fair now.
Yeah, I just need a
Oh.
tiny bit of it.
Ow.
It's fine.
I've got one iron farm, but
I've got one. Oh,
one's
it's
never gonna-
not outputting into the chest. I think 'cause I need a hopper.
Yeah, you need hoppers under them. But I don't have a villager for it, so I'm gonna take out my villager from my toolsmith and put him into the iron farm. For now.
I'm gonna quickly make a
These
hopper.
villagers again. Can we not sleep night straight away this time, by the way? Because I need these villagers to make babies.
Babies.
They need to notice their bed first, you know? Oh, no, they don't.
No, they don't.
Sounds so wrong.
No, if you're
grow up.
using the oh shit.
Okay.
If you're using the breeder tool, then they literally you just need to let them sit there and that'll be it.
Yeah, and I need to also have an incubator to grow them up, I assume.
No, they grow up by themselves.
Do they?
Yeah.
So I can just.
As
like,
long as you don't
leave
keep
them-
them in your inventory, so they need to be in something or outside something to grow.
Okay, so I just put them in the toolsmith. And
So-
eventually.
So if you want to make them a trader, then you'll have to put them into a trader bit and they'll grow up eventually to be a trader. Or you just shove them in a hole and then just grab them whenever you need them.
And I assume an incubator will.
Right, you need iron?
Faster. Just a bit, yeah.
Sort of child
How
labor
much do you
work,
need?
or-
2? No, 4. I've got 2 lava buckets.
Behind you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just look in my sack.
So, right. Hold on. Well, never say that again. Holy shit.
I've got.
Okay, let me look in your sack. Oh, damn.
Why is there two
my God.
gold bits right next to it? Okay. Yeah, my sack is full, isn't it?
Do you want to look in my sack? Take a look in my sack.
Oh, yours is a fancy sack. Oh,
I've got a
it's
fancy sack. It's nice and shiny, you know? I keep it nice and
okay.
shiny.
I'm going away now.
It's probably.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fuck off. Say the exact same thing.
I
as
know.
well.
I'm ignoring it. We said it the exact same way at the exact same time, and I was about to say that. Leave me alone.
Will they grow up in an iron farm?
Yeah, they'll probably grow up in everything except in inventories. They don't grow up in them. I don't know how I know this more than you do. You've played this mod pack.
They're in an incubator.
Oh,
grow
are
up in an
they?
Incubator. I need 1 piece of wool. So I'm gonna rub some more string if that's okay.
This world.
Man.
I'm starting with the Minecraft child labor.
You're British.
Oh, actually, you've got wool. I'm just gonna take
Why'd you say it? Oh, that's British immediately.
I mean, is it
Imperialism.
blame me?
I hate that you have a
My favorite thing
fucking-
ever is how the Louvre got robbed, right, in France. And
What's this carpet for?
immediately-
White trader carpet. Arriving traders will end up on this block instead of your face.
Nitrium, you got that farm a bit close. It's going to be a... If I stand on it, I'm really sorry, but that is a really inconvenient place. Oh, sorry, I accidentally...
Oh, I need
Deep
some
slip
more
box.
chests.
It's just sitting in the chest now. Fuck, I need 2 iron. Oh, I'm watching an iron golem die at the same time. Nice.
Oh, well, you can get that to iron then.
Yeah, perfect timing.
I might actually.
Wait, he didn't even drop the iron. It's not a full drop chance.
No, it's not.
For God's sake.
1,
I broke it out and you
2.
didn't give me cookies. This is a scam.
Oh, I
3.
have a few iron nuggets as well, but it's not 2. Jesus Christ.
If you want, you can come back to me and I'll grab. I've literally just made myself an anvil.
I have one. I stole it from somewhere. Okay, can we let night set a little bit, please?
No sleeps. Well, I'll type it in chat for people who aren't Cole. Okay, well, you've already said it.
Ditrim, you know the pumpkins by your farm? Am I allowed to grab them?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, I see a creeper with a witch hat. Nice. Good for him.
Let me see.
Halloween
I did
after
have.
all, so-
Yeah. I have
Holy
pumpkins.
fucking shit.
You can take as many.
Yeah, I could have given you some if you wanted.
Yeah. Well, take as much.
So, I need to respond to DMs.
Do you need a bucket, by the way, Nitrim?
Not at the moment, but thank you.
So you can move your farm if needed. Oh, candle. It's part
Yeah,
of
I'll take
spawn,
it.
so that one was robbed. But I'm slowly running over to you. I just keep on having ADHD. Oh, rocks.
Sounds about right.
Aw.
Oh, grass.
Pebbles.
Ooh,
Pebbles.
piece of candy.
Fuck. Pebbles. No.
Oh, you're flying.
Pebbles. I think you're lagging. Can I have a bit of iron from your sack? Oh, no, I'm lagging.
You're the one lagging. Oh no, we're all lagging.
Yeah, let me just take a look at the server real quick.
Oh, connection lost.
Oh, yeah,
Look at
server
the
went
server,
down.
didn't we?
Server
Yeah,
crashed.
server can't keep up.
At least you chose a good server host.
Checking server disk case. Spawn containers.
Is it a raid?
Yeah, the server was capping out its RAM quite a lot already, but that shit's expensive. It's fine.
Hi, Neplis.
I know the fix to it. I just need to wait until I get paid.
Oh, my face is being covered. Hold on.
What's the fix to it? What would it be?
Damn.
How much would it be?
Well, the server's old now.
Let me see. So it would cost $6.50.
Doll hairs? Wow.
How much of an upgrade is it?
From 10 to 16.
Send me your PayPal.
I was about to ask. Send me yours.
Okay, well,
You can do 3 and 3 each.
I mean, I can set it higher if you want. I can give it more. Right?
What's it gonna do though?
It stops things like
Be
that
more
lag
stable.
from happening because most of it's coming from chunk generation, which takes up a lot of RAM, especially when a
Yeah.
lot of people are doing it. at
As
once.
well as mod packs, they also take up quite a lot of space.
Yeah, just by
So,
nature of being a
okay.
mod pack.
The next upgrade from 16 is to 25. So
How much is that?
I'm gonna check.
I think
That's
it's
$16. So
Bit of a
an
jump.
extra 10. Yeah, bit of a jump. I'm gonna go back to 16.
I'm also struggling to try and load onto the server right now. I think everyone's getting on it, aren't they?
Yeah, stop connecting right now
Oh.
because it will have to go back.
Oh, we've got sent really far back.
Typo.
Really far back.
Yeah. You know when we said "Oh my god" together? I
Oh,
just got
not that far
spawned.
back.
No, it's not that far back, but it's the fact that I'm having to
That's
run
probably
back to
where
my
the
house.
issue started happening.
Yeah, it's us.
No,
We're the
stay
fault.
at mine, 'cause I need that iron.
Well, I don't even know if all of your stuff, or whatever you were doing, changed.
Oh no, it didn't, did it? Oh god.
It sent you back. It sent everything back.
So much.
Wait, what?
You did so
Yeah,
much in the 3 minutes. Oh, okay. I just got jump.
Yeah. Yeah, don't connect for now.
Can you give me a paper update?
Yeah, I'm having to log in. I'm sorry.
Breeders.
What the fuck am I listening to?
Dunno. I'm listening to chill lo-fi.
No, Pedro, I'm not doing security questions. I don't have the patience for this shit.
I'm me. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, if they've got my fucking password, they can have my account. They're not getting it. I don't even know it. Point proven.
Good point.
Okay, hold on. I don't know how to do this. I don't like PayPal.
Thank you so much for the follow, Sarah. Very appreciated. How are you? How's your day going? Hope you're having an amazing day. What have you been up to?
I don't know. I don't know. Get paid.
Oh, I got to kill Spider.
Okay, right. I'm just gonna send you guys QR codes. No, that's not gonna work. Actually, that adds seller fees. Fuck's sake! I don't know my fucking thing.
Just your email, basically.
Just change the password, you know.
No, because when I did it with Spitty, I got his.
Oh, I got a free trader. That's nice.
I mean, I could send you mine.
Yeah, send me yours and I'll just send a request. Makes it easier.
Since someone doesn't know their password.
My bad, man. Fucking sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, good. It did actually update to my new phone number on my PayPal. I didn't know that.
Okay, into USD, so conversion. What's the conversion? Oh. USD to...
Good luck with that.
USD to GBP. Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah.
Nice and easy.
Let's go.
I'm gonna turn the server off, by the way.
That's fine.
So.
I've got a baby zombie trying to kill me, so. Oh.
Okay, and I'm doing that command.
I just got a zombie statue. That's nice.
Stop. I saved right as you got that. By the way.
Yeah, no, I just saw. Is that the server just disconnects?
Yeah, that's fucking lucky timing.
Server closed.
There you go.
Where's my food? My food is still being made. That's fine.
What kind of food?
Pizza.
Oh, nice.
I always go for this same takeaway place because it's two for one. They've got curly fries with cheese, and it's really nice.
PayPal isn't going to try and smack me with fees from you, lowly, because it will come in USD.
What's up, Fandy?
Oh, if they try to smack me with fees, I'm going to have a mental breakdown.
Just do like 2 or 3 pounds more than what you need.
Oh, I've already sent it. Can I
You
cancel it? Yes, I can.
Someone say pizza, yes.
Pizza. Pizza.
And I'll do the conversion because I need to know how much that is.
Yeah. So that does that, then no. I think it would only need to be that. Conversion time. Fucking yippee. Yeah. Yeah. Because then mine's the conversion amount, and it's. Yeah. I did the math. I did the math as well, but.
Sweet. Did you?
What?
I didn't say no map, no plus, no.
I'm gonna be right back.
Take your time.
I'm gonna end stream here. I've been going for quite a while, and I've been having a lot of fun. But I am going to end stream mostly due to the fact that my food is going to be arriving in about 20-ish minutes. Yeah, almost 5 hours. This is probably one of the longest streams I've done in a while, but I'm going to end it here. I'm going to go right over to Sai, who is one of the people who I have been playing with today, so you can go and join them more over on Minecraft. I'm not doing a 12-hour stream, mainly because I have work tomorrow, and I'm not staying up all night. So, if you haven't, go check out my socials and my Discord. Use my read messages. If I can fucking type. And I'm going to start the raid. So definitely go check out Sai. She's one of my most amazing friends. She is currently doing Minecraft. She is doing this. She's on the same. She was words. She was playing the same server as I was. It's her community server that's run through one of our mods and admins. So definitely go check it out. You'll still see me on there, but I'll probably be doing my own stuff and probably mining a bunch until I have to go to bed. So, but thank you everyone for hanging out with me today. It's been really, really fun. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your nights, and definitely go say hello to Sai because she is amazing. So, goodbye everyone.